call love. Creature of the night, creature of the night. Do, 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 boom. Oh, okay, I am live. Hey. All right, Dave. Do I have any audio issues? Mister. Oh, that's what I meant to do. Let's play. Ooh, that's loud. That is loud. Hello, everybody. I'm skipping the porny sounding music. I screwed up already, but if you guys can hear it, that's... Let me turn it down a little bit. Sing? I don't know if I remember the song. I absolutely do. Hold on. I gotta get to the sound because it's very overpowering. Of me, my dearest mother. All right. Yeah, I can't just sing. I almost said wet. That's weird. You guys can't hear it? Oh, did I turn it down? I must have turned it down way too low. Well, why is it suddenly... Ooh. Who else is faded? Oh, sorry. I had my my door open because it was really nice outside today. Let me know if that's too loud because I can hear it just fine, but I don't want you guys to be drowned out by it. Yeah, it sounds way louder on my end than it says on you guys's. I just wanted some background. I'm not gonna leave the background music for the scary thing because the last one that I put up, I think it was a live stream. I got hit with a not a copyright strike. What is that? I forgot what it's called, but whew. How is everybody? You can only hear me? That's so weird. Hold on. I wonder why you can't hear anything. Okay. You're stoned? Might be like questionable if you're gonna be listening to a spooky, scary song. But anyway, the second you guys hear it, just say something. Just type something or at me so I can see it because I'm just gonna keep ding along with it. Happy birthday, Artie! Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Maybe I have to... Hold on. You heard something? See, I muted the output, so I was wondering... Oh, maybe that's why. Maybe it's because it's like so super low. Let's go... Alright, let's see where everybody is. I said hello to Dave, I believe. There is Adam. Happy birthday, Artie, and hello. Yapples. Hello, Yapples. Hello, Pee-Pee. Let's see here. Hello, Renegade. Dankeschön, darling, dankeschön. Alright. Listen here, you son of a bitch. I needed you as background, and you're like one of my favorite soundtrack horror games. Sons of bitches. I don't think it's... Yeah, I don't think it's you, because everyone says that they can't hear anything. So I'm just trying to figure out if it's maybe a setting, because it has been a second since I've played around with because yeah, I can hear it, but if you guys can't hear it, then it's a problem. And kind of a bummer, because I wanted to be able to have music in the background. And it's weird, because on my end, it looks like it's blasting you guys' eardrums off. It also looks like I'm blasting my eardrops off. Alright. You can hear? Can everybody hear it now? Is it loud? Do it need to be higher, lower? Maybe it was because it was... Thank you, guys. Maybe it was because, Hi, transmission! I don't want it to, be too loud where you guys can't obviously hear me. All good? Okay. This is what I get for trying something different. It's a bit too loud? Alright. Where did I have it last time? I think it was like around here. Now it's too low. You're just sitting here. Well, Dave, you're right. There was technically audio issues, but in my defense, I did not fucking touch the level of the audio on the desktop audio. Get up there. It's so weird how some of you guys can hear it. No. Well, that's what I get for messing with it. Wait, do I have to have my ears blasted off for you guys to hear it? Well, whatever. How is everybody doing? Everybody doing well? Everybody having a nice Friday? Having a nice, Your birthday's tomorrow? It wants your touch at Craze Connection. Probably. Now you can hear it? Okay, Apple, I'm gonna go based off of you. Is it too loud? Too loud, too low, or just, like, enough? I am using OBS. But that's the thing, I never fucking touched like, I don't touch anything, but for some reason, sometimes you guys don't hear me, sometimes you don't hear the video games. It's so bizarre that I can't seem to figure out why that's the case. Maybe I should use a different one, but OBS is like it's good? Okay. Because maybe it's like a, I need something that's more idiot-proof, but like OBS said, they're like, oh, it's the easiest one. I was like, easy my ass. I don't know what any of this shit means. Is there a cake emoji? What time we got here? All right, so after that, it keeps you on your... It sure does, but it makes me sad because then you guys are stuck here watching me mess with stuff. Hi, Grumman. Hey. You guys know it doesn't matter how prepared I get. Something always happens because technology hates my ass. Or at least my computer. All right. So, last time on Babysitter Bloodbath, it was the 80s. And it was... Mailed you a clown a month ago. Hope he's still alive. I would appreciate that, PP. We'll have to do that sometime either this weekend or sometime during the week. But yeah, we'll figure that out. And that way I can play different, like the older games. Because I've been wanting to play the very first Silent Hill. And hell, if I can get my hands on what the hell is it called? I think it's just called PT, the Silent Hill playable trailer. I've always wanted it, but I didn't have a PS4. And by the time, quite literally, the day before I bought the PS4 specifically because I wanted to download it before it disappeared from the PlayStation Store, they took it off. It was very upsetting. The stakes and the crosses. Okay, so it was the 80s, and we are following a babysitter. I think, which one was Jill? I can't remember if Sarah is the main character or Jill is the main character. But yeah, Jack, the hair flip, the human hair flip, was an idiot and went out to check on a noise, like, like you're not supposed to do, and got killed. So there's that. And the one guy who is supposed to be Michael Myers, but not really, even though a lot of like his origin is basically the same thing. He killed a really nice nurse, which pissed me off, but yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's a fictional character. It's not like it's a real person. 5 years of the 80s. I was like, oh yes, PT, you can get an Unreal version, but it's not exactly the same. I mean, it was the best of times. Losing Silent Hills was probably one of the only times I've ever genuinely mourned not getting a game. Because I was like, oh, it had so many people involved. I was like, so many geniuses of horror, and like, it was just, no. And it sucks because I was joking with my sister. I was like, man, there must have been like a shift. I was like, the other dimension when whatever the hell happened in 2012 when they said the world was going to end. I was like, the other dimension seems to have gotten everything better. This is like the bad dimension where we got a lot of bad stuff happening. I wanted to play PT so bad. Yeah, like, even after, like, people like, get over it. I was like, no, I will never get over it. I will never get over how Konami dropped the ball so fucking hard. I was like, and then not even like giving us a different one. Just went radio silent, and like E3 after E3, those jackasses would show us, ooh, look, stuff I know you don't care about because we have wonderful IPs we won't do anything with. We're just gonna sit on them because who knows, maybe we'll do something with them. Oh, hey, you know that Silent Hill franchise, the one that you thought that we were supposed to do a movie or like another video game with? Oh, well, we kind of did a game. Do you guys like gambling machines? We did gambling machine. We did pachinko machine. There's a gambling, or there's a machine in Vegas for Silent Hill Downpour that I saw the last time I was on the strip area. Where the hell was that? Resorts World? Yeah, it was in Resorts World. Yeah. Sorry. Didn't mean to go on that tangent, but whenever anybody brings up Konami and Silent Hill, this is one of my favorite favorite tracks in this, with the creepy kids making noise. It's gotta be just kids being kids and him playing it backwards. That's what it kind of sounds like. But the way Akira Yamaoka makes soundtracks are just phenomenal. I am very goth tonight. I was gonna curl my hair, but I ran out of time. Konami can be predatory. Yeah. I didn't understand because I had heard whispers throughout the industry that Capcom was trying their damnedest to get a hold of the Silent Hill IP, and I think the Castlevania IP. I remember hearing about that all over the place, but they wouldn't sell it, and I was like, I was like, do something with it or give it to somebody who will actually do something good with it. Okay, so Sarah, I think, is the one that's the main character, and Jill was the friend. And she's babysitting, and she got spooked because the killer got out of the insane asylum. So I'm basically telling you guys the plot of Halloween. So she invited her friend and her hair flip boyfriend over, and they found the mask that the little kid left and a knife. My whole life is a big dark room. Last time, we learned the lesson. If you find a serial killer's mask stapled to a wall and full of human skull bits, maybe leave it alone. Yeah. Or hell, we also learned if you hear a strange noise outside, don't investigate. It's not worth it. I'm sorry if you guys can hear Tippy. She's outside the door screaming because she's mad that I'm in here, and she is not. Now we have 89 Silent Hill projects in development out of the blue. Yeah, I would like to know what the hell happened with that. If I was like, all right, is somebody blackmailing you? Some anonymous team of Silent Hill fans, they got a bunch of dirt on all you guys, and they're like, he's like, all right, we'll make a new Silent Hill game. 3 Silent Hill games. 3, okay. And and a movie. Or was it 2 movies? I can't remember. It was just a bunch. It just kept coming. I was like, man, I am interested in the Japanese one. I would like to know what the hell that... I can't imagine the blooper Silent Hill 2 is going to be anything but garbage. Well, also, well, here's the thing. Konami does not have a good track record of handing out the Silent Hill IP to third parties. Because when they did that, we got Silent Hill Homecoming. And then we got Downpour, which I don't hate Downpour. I really don't. But it just doesn't feel like a Silent Hill to me. I like it as like a standalone horror game. And if it was just called Downpour, a Silent Hill story, I would be fine with that too. It was just missing just the key feel of it. And when you lose Akira Yamaoka, you lose a lot from the series. $5 if you can guess what movie I'm watching. Leprechaun. Okay, so we're on chapter 14. It says we're 62% through the book. If I end Pee-wee's Big Adventure, I almost watched that today. I pulled it up to watch it, but I ended up getting sidetracked because that's me. That's what happens to me. Trying to think. Are you watching one of the Scarecrow movies? All right. We are in chapter 14. Jack just got gutted. I'm trying to remember how I did the... How did I do the damn Valley Girl voice? Okay, chapter 14. Leprechaun 3. Debbie Does Dallas. Is it a new one or an old one? Dave, is it a new or Scarecrow? The one I talked about forever ago? I love that movie. I need to watch that this year. I haven't watched it recently. I like to put it on when I'm doing housework and everything because I've seen it like 100 million times. That's what I said, fool. Something happened that is both awful and yet kind of perfect. And what is that? All right, chapter 14. While Jack's screams had been loud as it was long, the scream Jill and Sarah shared to discuss. Okay, I can't listen to the music at the same time. Start again. While Jack's scream had been loud as it was long, the scream Jill and Sarah shared to discover the bisected boy was surely one that echoed throughout the neighborhood. Jill began to vomit her liquor onto the grass. Sarah, in absolute shock, swept the flashlight beam over the terrible tableau. There we go. That'll probably be a little bit easier on me. Jill... Oh. The motion that had first caught her eye was Sarah... Hold on, I need to turn on the... Make it brighter. The motion that had first caught her eye was some organ falling out of the body to join its fellows on the ground. That was what it looked like amid the chaos of Jack's severed legs, at any rate. Hard to distinguish one part from another when everything was just a pile of meat. Hello, Daddy-o. Oh, yeah, he does the... I still don't understand why they made him... Well, they probably made him like that because, we had a smart-ass talking horror villains and other ones, so they made him like that. Hard to distinguish one part from another when everything was just a pile of meat. Everything from the pelvis down had been seemingly torn away. Now like a hideous anatomical model, the remaining internal organs of the body hung against the fence. Somehow, the entire weight of Jack's upper half was supported by nothing more than a screwdriver. I call bullshit on that. Unable to stand the sight of the desecrated body, and now too disassociated to realize what she was doing, Sarah stepped forward, gripped the handle of the screwdriver, and pulled it out with an audible slorp. Slorp. S-L-O-R-P. Slorp. I've never heard that word before. That onomatopoeia. The The noise also, wait a second. If this body is being held up by a screwdriver, there's no way in hell Sarah would have been able to rip it out. It would have had to be like firmly in the through the corpse and into the, what was it, the fence? I call shenanigans. But then again, it's a horror book. I don't think a screwdriver can disarticulate legs. Well, I was trying to remember if he had another weapon besides the screwdriver, but I don't remember it. Slurp is what I do when I have a box of wine. That's my son's name. Come along, Slurp. It also sounds like one of those weird, like indie metal bands, like the really hard, like is it hard metal? The ones that, I forgot what they're called, like the black metal. Slurp. The noise produced another gag in Jill, and both girls screamed again, shorter cries, while the body dropped into a pile of its organs. Somehow, the notion that Jack was dead didn't really truly reach Sarah until that second. Really? The same second that a twig snapped near the adjacent fence line. The beam from the flashlight swept in the direction of the noise. It illuminated the figure so briefly that neither one of the girls had even had time to make out its face before they booked it back into the house. Jill screamed the whole way, but Sarah didn't have the frame of mind to scream with her. Not until they reached the back door and the knob refused to give. It's locked! It's locked! Sarah, what the fuck? Fuck these stupid one-way locks! Billy! Billy! Let us in! And you like my sound effects? Both girls screamed and pounded rapidly on the back door, fists banging in a fast timpani? A fast timpani. Man, I need to learn how to read. While the heavy footsteps of the figure closed in. While Jill continued pounding, Sarah whipped around with the screwdriver in one hand and the flashlight in the other. She couldn't feel her face, couldn't feel anything but the white rush of terror as somehow alarmingly fast, the pursuing man emerged from the darkness and into the short beam of the flashlight. Sarah screamed again, a sound so high and sharp that her throat strained beneath the urgency. That terrible clown mask from the crawl space obscured his face, but Sarah knew who this towering man with the rusted old kitchen knife had to be. Oh, that's right, he had the knife. That's what it was. He had the kitchen knife that the girls threw away. That's what it was. Brr, cried Sarah, falling toward the house as Billy at last responded to their screams and Jill rushed through the door. Together the girls yanked the screen closed, then slammed the why do you need to close the screen door? Just close the door. It's not going to stop this giant man. You thought you were fading? She yanked the screen door closed, then slammed shut the main door. They tested the lock and panted against the jamb for only a few seconds. The boy, noticing neither the knife in Jill's hand nor... She had the knife? Oh, the knife in Jill's hand nor the screwdriver in Sarah's, asked, "Why'd you wake me up again? How come you turned all the hallway lights off? It's so dark." "Come on, Sarah," whispered Sarah. I did that wrong. "Come on," whispered Sarah. She shifted both flashlight and screwdrivers in one hand, then used the other to grab Billy's shoulders. "You need to hide, Billy. You need to hide right now." Real alarm filled the boy's face in an instant. "Why?" "Because we said so," hissed Jill, not quite so good with kids when under pressure. In a moment of divine inspiration, Sarah told her young charge, because the boogeyman is here." The boy gasped in horror, his face transmuting into an expression of childish terror. The furrow of his brow was heartbreaking, but Sarah would rather he be afraid of the boogeyman than traumatized by the knowledge that a literal spree killer had come to relive his peak crime. "Is he real?" Sarah nodded rapidly. "He is. He's really, really, really real." The girls exchanged an urgent glance as the screen door squeaked on the other side of the heavier locked one. "And you have to hide, okay? You have to hide until we come back and get you. And you cannot make a sound, Billy." "Okay," whispered Billy, looking more wide-eyed by the second. Her hand tightened around his shoulder. Sarah dragged the boy down the dark hall. Jill was fast on their tail as Sarah guided him through the living room and to the stairs by the front of the house. The small bookshelf, and a tiny crawl space it had once concealed, was in sight when the sound of shattering glass echoed from the kitchen. Hurry, whispered Sarah. She doubled her pace, ignoring the boy's cry as she practically pulled his arm from the socket. Come on, Billy, hurry. Get in there. Be careful. Oh, be so careful, buddy. Are the police coming? Eventually, lied Sarah, throwing open the tiny door and more or less stuffing the boy inside. Get in the back. Get as far back there as you possibly can get. If somebody comes to find you and it's not with one of us, you stay back. Don't let them come anywhere near you. Not even if they say they're a cop. What if they can reach me? Then you bite and you kick and you scream and do whatever you can. Are you in there? Okay, buddy. Just wait. It's so dark, complained the boy, his voice a pained whine. Eyes squeezing briefly shut, Sarah said, I know, before forcing herself to yield the flashlight. Here, Billy, use this to keep light in there. Just don't shine it on the door, okay? Keep the beam far away from the door all the time, as far away as you can. Do you know where your dad keeps his gun cabinet key? Oh, I forgot to do the Valley Girl voice there. Whew. Do you know where your dad keeps his gun cabinet key? At a question like that, the boy's brow furrowed with far greater intensity. He shook his head at first. Sarah began to close the door when he said, wait. She cracked it an inch and peered in at him. Before he goes shooting, Daddy goes into the basement. He goes there when he comes back from shooting too. With a sharp breath of gratitude, Sarah nodded and said, Okay, that is perfect, Billy. Thank you. Oh, and you're such a smart kid. Thank you. Then, in the darkness, Sarah stood upright and slammed the crawl space shut. Breath held, she tugged the squat bookshelf back in place and was grateful for Jill's help. They'd gotten it set before the door for all of 1 full second before the thunder of footsteps through the living room sent Jill fleeing up the stairs, tripping over one and cursing her friend by the next. Why did you have to give him the fucking flashlight? Whispered Sarah as she scrambled behind her in the dark. I know, dude. I know. I had to. He's just a kid. I can't let him be scared in there. He's gonna be scared no matter what, fucking doofus. Now what are we going to do? We have to find a way to get to the gun cabinet. You heard what Billy said. Then we're going the wrong way. Despondent, Jill looked over her shoulder and back toward the stairs. We're about to be trapped up here. Maybe, maybe not. In the darkness, it was difficult for Sarah to make out the details of anything, but certain shapes were still evident. Paintings hanging on the wall lost their meaning, but their silhouettes stood out. The same was true for the second-story laundry chute. Without hesitation, Sarah dropped to her knees and used the bloody screwdriver still gripped in her hand to hastily work out the screw of the chute. You can't be serious, Jill whispered. He's coming, dude. What are you doing? We can get to the basement through here, bitch. She actually said, bitch. We'll have to squeeze. There is no way I can fit down there, you tiny bitch. Oh, she did end up saying bitch. Jill's eyes widened at the slamming shut of a coat closet. He was looking for them. Oh, shit. Give me that. Snatching the screwdriver from Sarah's clumsier hand, Jill whizzed through the other 2 screws, the speed almost inhuman. The drawer of the laundry chute fell open like a shocked mouth. Together, they yanked it clear of the wall. A black hole stared them down. Sarah bent her head to peer inside. No, dude. She said Jill, her face feral with terror. As Sarah looked back up, no way. I'm not even going to try. I have to, insisted Sarah, leaning her head in, with some wiggling and twisting of the sort that had permitted her to lean into the crawl space. Her shoulders managed to fit inside too. Downstairs, the first stair creaked beneath the weight of its old and most despised owner. Jill's gasp sounded like it wanted to be a scream, or maybe a sob. Oh my God, he's coming, Sarah! You have to hurry! Can you fit? This is such a long drop. Anxiety filled her. Sarah lifted her head out and turned... Hold on, I'm gonna skip this. Just because there's lyrics in that song. Anxiety filled her. Sarah lifted her head out to turn herself around and tried to slide down feet first. Her expression tight, Sarah braced herself against the narrow chute so as not to free fall. At the same time, she extended her hand and gripped Jill's. "I'll be right back," she swore to her friend. Something in the sentence changed Jill's face, as if she realized something terrible. Jill squeezed Sarah, then released her to shove her down into the chute with an unceremonious hand on the top of her skull. "Just get that key, dude. Get that key, get that gun, and get the fuck out of there." The last thing Sarah saw before falling down the chute was the awful grimace of the clown mask behind Jill's head. Ooh. Man, these girls aren't gonna make it, I don't think. I haven't played the game, but things aren't looking up for our Valley girls. What the hell are you guys doing? Hi, Matt. I guess it's emoji battling again in the chat. You guys are funny. Chapter 15. Petite though she was, Sarah found the laundry chute to be terror in her own right. It was a tight fit, and as she wriggled down, she wondered if the already narrow chamber would remain its current width, or if it would narrow even more at the base. Well, at least if that were the case, Burr was going to have a hell of a time getting to her before she died of asphyxiation. What was he doing here? All the people he killed? That had that all been in the name of getting to his old house? Why? Sarah couldn't fathom it, but she tried to. It was something to focus on other than the claustrophobic chute she'd enter without a guarantee means of exit. Thankfully, fate was on her side in at least one way. Much of the dishes stacked up in the Johnson's sink, laundry piled at the bottom of the chute. Much as the dishes stacked up in Johnson's sink, laundry piled at the bottom of the chute. That's a weird comparison, but okay. Sarah pushed one foot through the opening, and she contacted a pile of clothes. Yes, she was almost out. You know, we had a laundry chute when I was a kid, and that thing kind of had a considerable drop. So I've never seen a laundry chute that wasn't like coming from like a higher distance. Funny like a clown. They don't seem like the choices of people who would survive horror movies. Yeah, definitely not. A bit more maneuvering was required, but soon she carefully lowered herself down into absolute darkness of the Johnsons' basement. For a few seconds of shock relief, she burst into tears. What was even going on? This was supposed to be a normal night, a night just like any other. She was supposed to put the kid to bed, get paid, and go home. Well, I don't know. They kind of stiffed you the last couple times. Maybe they were just hoping this would happen so they wouldn't have to pay you. Instead, she had endangered the lives of two people by roping them into her gig. Ran her fingertips over her shut eyelids and forced herself to stop crying. Forget that self-blame shit. Sarah didn't cause anybody's death. Millions of babysitters all over the world call their boyfriends over the very second their clients were out of the house. Those babysitters didn't have to deal with the ramifications of homicide. It wasn't Sarah's fault that this was happening. It was Burr's. It was Moreau's State Hospital's. It was anybody's but hers. But that didn't mean Sarah had to be a helpless victim. She was going to do her job, damn it. She was hired to be a babysitter. That meant that it was her job to look after Billy like he was her own. God, I hope that wouldn't be a part of... You don't know how much babysitters can cost? You think the parents and the killer are in cahoots? That would be surprising, considering he doesn't seem to have... Okay, so, I'm sorry, I'm going on a side note here, but it does involve the book. This guy, Burr, whatever, I forgot his first name, but he seemed to be, like, normal. Like, he seemed to be completely 100% normal before just one day he went home and slaughtered his wife and daughter. Like, he got married, he had kids, he had, like, a stable 9-to-5, and then just snapped. And it's just so bizarre that he snapped, and then he just turned into this inhumane, like, shambling creature. or lumbering creature, I guess. It's just really weird. Even people who would go around murdering their families, they're usually like very creepily normal looking and normal acting after the deed. At this point, I couldn't get these clothes off if I wanted to. What? What did you do? No way in hell was she going to let Nicholas Burr, that's who it was. Or it might not be. It might be Neoclaus. Nicholas Burr or anybody else harm a hair on that kid's head. And no way she was going to die that night either. Having resolved that she would survive this no matter the cost, Sarah extended her hand and moved into the darkness of the Johnsons' basement. Her palms navigated the unfamiliar territory for her as best they could. It was like being blind. Yes, just like that. She tried to reassure herself. If blind people can move through a world they'd never seen or live as functional adults, Sarah could move through the darkness without fear, without knocking something over and attracting the killer. Though she did come dangerously close once or twice to do just that. Her finger, for instance, brushed a paint can perched precariously upon a stack of cardboard boxes. It shifted towards the limit of its scrutiny, like a human contemplating suicide on a bridge. Sarah held her breath, felt down around the cardboard box, and gently eased the can back into place before moving on. Why would you put a can... That's just asking it. Hi, Darby! Oh, not too much. We had a little bit of music snafus trying to get it just right so it wasn't drowning me out and you guys could still hear it. But other than that, just a chapter and nothing really happened. They're just trying to get find the gun key or to the safe. Okay. All right, where did I... Okay. The uncanny cellar of the house seemed to be arranged in several rooms, though it was hard to tell because it was so dark. However, as she navigated through the obscurity, her hand grazed a wooden beam. A doorway? Peering up through the almost impenetrable blackness, Sarah confirmed that she stood underneath the threshold between two rooms. Then, while marveling that her eyes had adjusted so quickly to such thick darkness, she noticed the barest hint of blue light. Moonlight! Yes, there was a window here somewhere. In fact, that might have been the best way out. If she could just use the same small size that had permitted her to squeeze down that laundry chute, then she would be in the clear. She could wiggle out through the window and escape and get help and leave Jill and Billy behind. Miserable, Sarah emerged in the only subterranean room bathed in the moon's blue light. She crossed her arms against the creepy feeling of the basement, amazed she could still feel spooked by inanimate darkness when a killer lurked around the house. A killer lurked around the house. She reminded herself of that and hurried into the room. First, Sarah nudged a few mildewed boxes of old sports supply against the wall. She used these to boost herself up to check the window out, grimacing. And not just at the instability of the cardboard beneath her. This window was pretty small, even for her. Its well was concrete, meaning that forcing herself through and somehow digging her way out of the edge of the Johnsons' lawn really wasn't an option. The only way back up was going by the stairs, and that implied a whole host of other problems she was too afraid to consider. She had to focus on what she could control. She had come down here not to escape, but for something else, just to get the key. Yes, right. Just look for a tiny gun cabinet key in the dark basement, Sarah. No big deal. Give you a B? I'll give you a B. B! Sarah squeezed her eyes shut, one hand on her forehead and her lips pursed tight. Okay. The liquor cabinet key had been stuffed into a record sleeve. Maybe the gun key was hidden similarly? I can never... God, I really do need to learn how to read. I can read just fine in my head, but the second it's out loud, I sound... Oh! Give me a B! What's that spell? Boob. Sorry, I lost my spot. In the pale light of the windows, Sarah struggled to parse the individual objects making up the sea of clutter. The workbench against the wall was arrayed with items related to Mrs. Johnson's craft hobbies, the origin of overflowing material stuffed in an empty drawer of Mr. Johnson's far more organized desk. Shuffling through this desk contents yielded nothing. In fact, the sewing machine was so covered in dust that Sarah wondered if Mrs. Johnson had sewn anything in years. However, this fruitless search was not without its merits. With the help of the moonlight and a few seemingly wasted minutes of precious time, Sarah's eyes had adjusted further. First, she noticed a sharp-looking pair of bolt cutters, gleaming, seldom used, neat in comparison to other messy gardening supplies piled up in the same wooden shelf. Then, as though the bolt cutters were a helpful arrow arranged by the beneficent house itself, Sarah followed the point of the blades that seemed to indicate a pile of neglected VHS tapes. Sarah's hope was born again as she hurried over. The liquor cabinet in its record sleeve. Oh, this had to be it. Mr. Johnson was exactly the sort of person who thought he was being clever by developing some sort of theme for where he hid his keys. He was a wise guy who routinely started projects like the refurbished car before leaving them to languish. The sort of too clever dad who would make his safe combination Billy's birthday and be shocked when the burglar robbed him blind. But just then, sorting through the VHS tape, Sarah was grateful, immensely grateful, for that smug quality of Mr. Johnson's. These were apparently the movies the Johnsons deemed too scary to keep upstairs in the office where Billy could readily access them. Squinting to read their labels, Sarah made out the titles like Alien, Jaws, and The Shining. As one may have gathered from the horror movie posters in his office, Mr. Johnson was a dedicated film buff who had wasted no time collecting his horror favorites as soon as the home video became an option. This is why, amidst his sequestered collection, Mary Poppins caught his eye. The Disney movie had nothing to do with horror, was totally Billy appropriate, and therefore would have bored the morbid Johnson's boy to tears. It was natural that an unwatched movie would be moved downstairs, but this one in particular was so ill-suited to its surroundings and somehow so thematically appropriate that Sarah lunged for it as soon as she noticed it. Unlike its fellows, it was not dust-covered. It was perhaps the real detail that earned her notice, albeit subconsciously. Whatever the reason, as soon as Sarah picked it up, she felt the same tiny deformation of cardboard that had called Jill's attention to the vinyl. Breath held, Sarah turned the sleeve over. She shook the tape into her hand and gasped with ecstasy as a tiny key fell out along with it. Okay. Step 1. Now step 2. The basement door opened. Sarah had no more time to think. I mean, good for her, but Jesus, I could not imagine trying to navigate. It's just and the nice pair of futons. See how you guys are back on that? Nice the peach rings. Like a random burglar would know Billy's birthday. Yeah, that was kind of... Oh, that is kind of a weird one. Nice baby apples. You guys are funny. Excuse me, these are cantaloupes. Alright, chapter 16. We are 70% through the book. The human heart can sound almost impossibly loud to its owner in the time of duress. This fact was cruel irony. Oh, the very breath required to live had surely doomed more than one person in a situation similar to Sarah's. Then again, how many people found themselves in a situation like this, trapped in the basement of an employer's house while a killer lumbered steadily down the stairs? Silently as she had ever moved in her life, Sarah pocketed the key. She moved slowly as she lifted the bolt cutters from the nearby shelf. After sweeping her eyes along the room and seeing the appearance of a foot upon the distant stair, Sarah covered the shining blades with her hand. Holding the bolt cutters to her breast as though they were a child to protect, Sarah ducked between the wall and the box of VHS tapes. There, she willed her breath to remain silent and steady. Had Burr heard her move? At the bottom of the stairs, those heavy footfalls seemed to pause. Sarah's eyes shut briefly, but fear and readiness forced them back open again. While adrenaline hammered at high speed through her every vein, she braced herself where she knelt. She focused. The footsteps started again. Her stomach twisted in absolute terror. This was bad. This was oh so bad. If he saw her, it was all over. She'd die alone in the Johnsons' basement. And what would happen to Billy? Would anybody find him? When the cops came to finally take a look at the crime scene, would they hear his screams from the same crawl space the cops in 1960 had neglected to thoroughly check? No. Sarah couldn't rely on the cops. She couldn't rely on anybody but herself and the bolt cutters clasped in her hands, hidden away to keep them from reflecting even the faintest of moonlight. The same can of paint that Sarah had pushed back into place fell from its station on Burr's passage. The killer stopped in place while the can rolled across the floor, oozing white primer and producing a surface that was marginally more reflective than the unfinished floor of gray concrete. God, don't let him see her. Don't let him look right. Let him stay focused on someplace, any place else. Pazuzu! Burr's steady footsteps resumed around the puddle of white paint. It took Sarah every ounce of courage to avoid a Hold on. This one's going to be a little distracting for me. It took Sarah every ounce of self-control to avoid gasping at his appearance. The red boiler suit he wore, faded though it was, somehow made him seem the very devil, though that effect could have just as easily been invoked by the knife he clutched in his hand. That knife, Sarah noticed, was reddened, shining, not with old rust or an old, dry stain, but a very fresh, very real coat of red blood. Jill. Sarah squeezed her eyes shut and cursed herself for abandoning her friend. If only she'd stayed behind with Jill, then they would have died together. Was that really so much better than Sarah taking a chance to survive? And anyway, there was no way of telling whose blood that was. For all Sarah knew, it was Jack's. Jill could have been perfectly fine, or if not fine, perhaps she at least survived the stabbing. Sarah had to find her and see. But first she had to get out of the basement and away from this towering killer in a clown mask. There was only one chance that she could see. She wasn't going to be able to sneak past him, but she couldn't just wait around either. The longer Burr lingered in the basement, the more his eyes would adjust like hers. His seeing her crouched there between the box and the wall was a matter of time. She was going to have to run. The notion occurred to her with a kind of animal specificity. A voice screamed in her mind. It boomed in her as Burr emerged in the cellar's final room, and it had risen to a level of an emergency siren by the time he stopped before the wall to study the same window Sarah had. He stood there in silence. Perhaps deciding whether or not his prey had managed to squeeze through. His back was to her. Run. At once, it was the only word in Sarah's head. As she leapt up, her foot nudged the box. There was no time to cringe. Burr turned in her propriety while, without sparing him a glance, Sarah let her arms fall to her sides and pumped them amid her sprint. Had there been time, she might have applauded her own sudden Olympic potential. That was quite a leap she had made over the white puddle of primer, and it was safe to say that if she had managed to reach speeds like this during gym class, Sarah might have enjoyed physical education a little more. Burr was pretty fast himself. His long legs permitted him to catch up with his quarry at an alarming pace. Sarah quite literally cried out to realize how soon he had gained ground. By the time she mounted the stairs, he was no more than a foot behind her. She sobbed while his knife slashed dangerously near her Achilles tendon. Keep going. Just keep going. Her arms outstretched, Sarah burst through the basement door and careened into the main floor of the house. So disoriented that she wasn't even sure where she had emerged, she just threw the door shut behind her and bolted off through the twists of the dark Johnson house. She took every corner, jetting down every hall, often selecting the only option available to her, and somehow, amid this panic, she found herself back upstairs. There was no time to think. Burr's pursuit was truly unending, and she heard him on the stairs already. Unable to reach the master bedroom without trapping herself, Sarah ducked into Billy's open bedroom, hurried into his closet, and concealed herself among his clothes. Those footsteps again. Sarah urged her breathing to soften as Burr paused in the upstairs hall. It was as though she could hear him thinking, as though the house's atmosphere took on a darker, deeper vibration when his brain worked on problems not related to the immediate butchery of a human being. Issues like hunting and cornering said being required some nuance after all. Something more than a base animal consciousness with which the shark-like killer had imbued. When it came to such matters, Sarah wasn't sure that he was exponentially bright. Could a being who existed only for murder really be expected to problem solve? Fear surged in her again as his footsteps penetrated Billy's room. Again, they stopped. She could feel him looking, wondering. It occurred to Sarah that he may not even realized a child lived in the house until that very moment. Had she been where she couldn't be heard, she would have cursed. Great. Now he knew Billy existed. Now he knew he had to really look for someone beyond the teenager he violently dogged. Those footsteps trailed towards the bed, whose metal frame and hand-me-down twin mattress groaned beneath the easy lifting of his hand. Finding nothing beneath, Burr let the bed drop again. Sarah leaned her head back against the wall. Thank God they hid Billy where they had. If they had sent him off to hide on his own, who knew what might have happened? Securing that boy was not likely to be found in his current location, or securing the fact that the boy was not likely to be found in his current location, Sarah could, if nothing else, focus on her own survival and on getting back with Jill. She was getting ahead of herself, though. Before anything else, she had to get out of that closet. She had to be ready to fight at a second's notice. No longer needing to protect the reflective blades from the moonlight, Sarah uncovered the bolt cutters and readied herself to use the unwieldy gardening tool as a makeshift means to stab her pursuer. It looked like she might have to. His steps echoed across the room, louder each foot he drew nearer to the closet. The door groaned in misery as it cracked open, and Sarah, breath held, became still as a statue. Burr stepped into the closet. A few of Billy's shirts shifted as the broad man brushed past them. He and Sarah were inches apart, though it seemed Burr didn't realize it. Yes, Sarah could have reached out and touched the killer's leg. Sarah could have taken him by surprise and stabbed him right then, for whatever good it would do. But just as the urge to run had been so clear in her head, the pressure to stay perfectly still was all she felt now. It wasn't worth taking a risk here. He quite literally had the high ground. Crouched as she was amid the clothes, she could have nicked him in the leg, sure, but just imagine the leverage he'd have when he bent down and started stabbing her. Her mind filled up with terrible intrusive images, simulations of her own possible death if she made so much as one wrong move. Possible deaths, though. Only possible, not guaranteed. Nothing was guaranteed. Even though Burr stood so close to her in the dark closet, seeing her was far from a guarantee. And he didn't. Somehow, he didn't. Slurps. Zool is your 18th child. He walked to the end of the closet. Burr opened the door to the adjoining bedroom, intended to be a sibling's quarters, but in the Johnsons' only child home, relegated to a guest room. Burr's footfall thumped through his second bedroom, then paused again. Again, and the sound of a bed being lifted. Again, the sound of a bed being dropped. At last he walked away, opened the door, and left the room to try elsewhere in the upstairs hall. Sarah released her breath and stared at the ceiling in unspeakable gratitude. Having maintained an almost incomprehensible degree of stillness against the onslaught of so much adrenaline, her body burst into a fit of tremors. The shaking was violent enough to chatter her teeth. She took an extra second to try to stop it. Sarah couldn't relax yet, though. Couldn't celebrate. Couldn't let herself feel fear. She had to pay attention. Sarah leaned forward, ears primed to catch every slightest sound that reverberated through the upstairs floor. That was how she heard Burr's step leading to the hallway. Then, at a slower pace, down the staircase of the house. That's how she heard the stairs squeak, as if in protest of Burr's vile intention. That was how, even several rooms away, Sarah detected a low, almost inhumane groan that sounded just a little like Jill. Just snatch kids from McDonald's. Oh my god. They're about to make a puppet combo game about you there, Dave. Hello, Dream. I noticed you mentioned in some of your videos the long process of it taking to edit. Recently I've been trying to build my portfolio, so I've been asking small YouTubers if they'd like help. Possibly. I was like, if you're God, I would have to build like very detailed scripts for you to follow. That's the only downside, because mine is very abbreviated and like a lot of it is just scratched on. A dream, if you have an Instagram or a Discord, shoot me a message or a DM, and we'll chat and figure out, maybe I can figure out how to do, or how to have it, my scripts, where if you were to start editing them, that I would understand how to write scripts so you can follow it and edit as it goes. All right. Whew. Continuing on. Chapter 17. Still alive? Jill was still alive? Perhaps it was incredible to think that Jill had been trapped on the same floor as Nicholas Burr and not met with instant death, but that was what Sarah discovered. Once she heard the distinctive cry at the bottom of the stair and its attached landing, Sarah rose from her hiding place and slipped out of Billy's room. The bed now sat crookedly away from the wall, its mattress having bounced askew upon its box spring once Burr dropped it. Shuddering at the ease to which the man had lifted the bed frame, he hadn't so much as grunted with the exertion, if it could have been called exertion at all. Sarah crept into the hall and listened again. This time she listened not for Burr's steps, but for Jill's voice. Soon she was rewarded. Another moan drifted pitifully through the second floor of the Johnsons' despoiled home. Sarah pursued it in silence and discovered the master bedroom open door, sorry. I like this song, but it's also a lyrical song. There we go. You writing chicken scratch too? Yeah, it's bad. Like, I've gotten to the point where I've started doing my work on the computer and like editing Adobe's or editing PDFs just so people can read my handwriting. And it's hilarious because I can read it, but I'm the only one who can. So it's like I'm writing in a different language and people I was like, oh, they're like, what the hell does this mean? It's like, oh, have it by Friday, end of business. It's like, it does not look like you said it even that. I'm like, no, I know. I'm sorry. After hours. Then there's after hours. Then dildo days. What? Disco Dave's Pizzas. I do not know about Disco Dave's Pizza. Do elaborate. What in the world? Another game where someone works night security at an Honest Dave's Pizza. You have a Discord? All right, under blah, blah, blah. I'm on Discord too under the exact same name. Just shoot me an email. My handwriting is so bad I can barely read it. That has happened to me too. Sometimes be like, hey, what did you write here? I was like, oh, great question. But the funny thing is I used to have very nice, very lovely handwriting in high school, and the first half of uni, but when you have to write super fast to get everything done, it just eventually became worse than a doctor's handwriting. You were left on your own. Look, I can't babysit you guys and read at the same time. All right. Let's see, where was I? This time she listened not for Burr's step, but for Jill's voice. Soon she was rewarded. Another moan drifted pitifully up through the second floor of the Johnsons' despoiled home. Sarah pursued it in silence and discovered the master bedroom door cracked open. Bracing for the worst, Sarah pushed open the door and winced at the beginning of a squeak she aborted by stopping the motion mid-swing. Instead of opening the door any further, she exhaled and squeezed through the gap. The exertion... Ooh. Oh, that exhalation... Exhalation... That's such a weird word to say. transformed into an immediate gasp on seeing her friend arranged in a bloody heap upon the Johnson's master bed. The sight was so horrible that if it hadn't been Jill, Sarah wouldn't have looked at all. But she had to look. She had to see the friend she brought here. The friend who, Sarah now confirmed, was doomed to die. All because she had come to soothe Sarah's fears. It felt like a human sacrifice. Sarah. Jill's voice was a wet rasp, one accented by a terrible gurgle that was more harrowing than even her moans through the hall. Oh, Sarah. You've got to get out of here. You bitch. She didn't say that. I'm sorry. I can't just leave I can't just leave Billy here. I can't leave you here either. Hold on. Let me see. Somewhere amid the layers of blood still flowing from Jill's gut, Sarah made out the star shape of a reddened hand. Gingerly she could, Sarah lifted that limp hand and tried not to gasp out loud at the overflowing stab wounds that peppered her friend's abdomen. While it was hard to tell how many there were, especially through the fabric of Jill's stained shirt, Sarah couldn't help but guess that there had to be more than 10, 20 wounds. Sarah had no experiences with these things, but it didn't take an expert in modern forensics to tell the unlucky teenager from 1982 that Burr was a sick son of a bitch. He had absolutely mutilated Jill's body with the rusty knife he'd taken out of the garbage. Sarah's hand tightened around her friend to see what he had done to her. It's pretty fucking gnarly, huh? Jill tried to laugh, but moaned in agony as her stomach warped with the sound. Oh, fuck. I feel like my organs are on fire. Can you see them? Can you see my organs? Only distantly aware by this point of how awful it was to say such a thing, Sarah shook her head. No, I can't see them. I can't see them. Maybe if we get you to a hospital. You dumb bitch. No way. Don't fucking worry about me. Worry about yourself. Dumb bitch. Suddenly hopeful, her remaining ounce of strength permitted her to clench like a vice around Sarah's. Permitted her hand to clench like a vice around Sarah. Jill whispered, Did you get the key to the gun cabinet? Amid Burr's pursuit and now this terrible discovery, Sarah had practically forgotten. Setting down the bolt cutter still gripped in her free hand, she removed the tiny key from her pocket and held it before Jill's struggling eyes. Those foggy orbs lit up a little, a faint smile twitching across her lips. You're a fucking champ, Sarah. Fuck, you're such a badass. Kill that son of a bitch for me. Don't let him do something like this to anybody else. Don't let him touch you, you bitch. I won't. I won't. I promise. I promise I won't. You bitch. That's good. If you let that psycho hurt a hair on your head, I'll come back as a ghost and haunt your ass. Laughing weakly, Sarah released her friend's hand and turned away to get the cabinet open. You can't haunt me if you're not dead, dumb bitch. So don't just die. If I can just get Billy and we can get out of here and we can get you help in time. Maybe this fucker will be the next pope, whispered Jill. I don't know what that means. Hi, Brandon. Hi, Dot. You should watch the analog horror The Painter by Urban Spooks. That sounds familiar. I don't think you're the first person to tell me about The Painter. The Painter. Dot? Brandon? Are you guys doing okay? Okay. I don't know what maybe this fucker will be the next pope means. Is it like a joke that the popes are evil? I don't get it. I don't get it. I mean, I get it if that's the joke. With an appreciative throb of love for America and its sacred Second Amendment. Oh, they are. Oh, I forgot they were in America. I don't know how I forgot, but Sarah beheld the array of pistols, rifles, and other weapons within. She grabbed a gun and went, America! See, that's when you grab a gun and you do a Duke Nukem. It's pretty savage. That's my name on Grindr. Hi, Ghost. We talking about all the blood? I mean, actually, now that you mention it, Ghost, it didn't really explain how bad Jill was. They went into like real crazy detail when the little kid was killed in the beginning and when some of the other people, but for some reason this one... Hi, dead masses. Balls of steel. Okay. Okay. While she snatched out the only weapon she had hope of using without losing, namely a reasonably sized pistol, her friend went on to ask, "Is it loaded?" "I don't know. How do I check?" "Oh my god, you bitch. Are you kidding? You're so fucked." While Chill slept through Sarah at her friend's cruel teasing. "Well, your friend's dying. Let her tease you." Jill extended her hand and weakly said, "Here. Give it here." Though she set the gun on Jill's hand, it began to slip from her loose grip. Sarah found she had to quite literally close her friend's fist around the handle to secure the transfer. With its grip fit in her bloody palm, Jill hefted the gun toward her face, barrel pointed away. She used her slightly more functioning hand to examine the muzzle, then check the chamber. "No, not around. Fuck responsible gun ownership, man." Passing the weapon back to Sarah, Jill lamented, "You'll have to find ammo. Can you figure out how to load it? You have to do what I just did. Kind of. Christ, I'm so fucked. I can't even explain, bitch." "Don't worry. I'll figure it out. I have to figure out where the ammo is after all. I have to figure out a lot." Is it normal not to keep... I don't have a gun. And I think I've shot one once at a gun range with my dad when I was like in middle school. Once. So I don't... Are you not supposed to keep your ammo with your guns? That kind of seems like... I understand not having it loaded, just, safety wise, but it's kind of weird that you don't put the ammo and the guns in the same place, or is that just like an extra like to be extra careful just in case the kiddos manage to get the keys to the gun safe? You have the ammo somewhere else, so even if they get the gun, they have no ammo? You found a book for me? Ooh. Would I be allowed to read House of Leaves, though? That's the thing. I've been doing ones that are kind of like probably okay to read online. I'm still not even sure if I'm allowed to be doing this. Like, I possibly get in trouble, but... Hold on. It's safest to have them separate for another layer of security. Oh, okay. I went to try out a gun range while on holiday, but I slept in, so I was upset. But where? Oh, you went to. Where did you go? You had to have gone to California because Alcatraz. You were in Vegas. You gotta tell me what all you did in Vegas and California. Because there's. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna do a pause because there's in Vegas. They have a little Halloween tea, like a little Halloween tea room, which I really want to see. It's very small though, and I'm hoping I can get there before they close. You were traveling around California. I thought you went to Vegas. I wanted to check that place out because I wanted to do like a little video if I do the little trip. And in a neighboring city of Vegas is a monster museum, which I want to check out too. And they said it's like, I forgot how long. What did I don't know. It's a little ways out of, or it's the next city over or whatever, but it's a lot smaller. But I was like, I want to go there. But apparently they also have haunted like hiking stuff in their mountainside in October, which I want to do too. I don't know. This is where. Oh, Vegas, where I was supposed to do your gun range. Got a tattoo, which cheered me up. I'm actually kind of surprised, like the gun range stuff is I went to a range with a gun collector, so I got to shoot a whole bunch of different guns. I'd an AR-15 thing. Ooh, a long range rifle. I'm not a big gun person. I can shoot a bow and arrow, though I would never go hunting because that's an incredibly cruel way to hunt. A and B, because, you know, animals. Okay, so pause on this. For those of you guys interested, I have a wild pigeon that I caught like a crazy person to fix her little feeties. So she's putting pressure on the foot that I removed the bumble. And just today, I noticed that she was putting pressure, like before, the one that had the bumble, she could move it, but because it probably hurt too much, so she didn't put pressure on it. But the other leg I thought was possibly broken because she wouldn't move it at all. But today, the vet said, hey, there's like nothing you can do unless you can get her into a vet that'll actually brace it. And I was like, I'm never gonna fucking find it. And she's like, well, there's a chance that it can heal on its own if she stays immobile long enough. So I was like, all right, I've kept her a lot longer than I intended to, but she was in worse shape than I thought. So today I saw her limping, which means she was putting slight pressure on the foot that I thought was broken. And when I was looking at it, it looks like she has a bumble on the bottom of that foot too, which is finally like, it looks like where I can remove it. So I think I hate having to grab her because she squeaks and she's very scared. Yeah, I'll post a picture of her tomorrow. The pigeon let you touch it. Aren't they a bit dodgy with people? Oh, okay. So Ghost, I don't think you know. So well, you know the part that I feed birds and pigeons and stuff at the park on my lunch breaks, and I noticed one just out of nowhere. She was using her wings like a crutch because she couldn't put weight on her feet. And at first I thought that she had human hair or string or something wrapped around her legs, and it was doing that thing where it was like so tight it was cutting off circulation. So all of the pigeons now, they're at my feet. Like they'll walk over my feet while I'm dropping seeds and stuff like that. They're not scared of me anymore. It's kind of funny. If I can capture it, I'll show you guys what it looks like when I drive up to them. Like they recognize the car that I drive, so they'll sometimes fly right and land right in front of my car before I have a chance to park. So I have to get out and like throw seeds to get them out of the front of my car before I could park. But anyway, the little injured one was hobbling over because she was trying to eat, but because she was very slow to get to the food, all the other pigeons were eating what she was trying to get. So I went right up to her and was feeding her. And I tried one day to get her, but I think I got a little too close, a little too fast, and she flew away. So I was like, fuck. And then last week, she was like right in front of me, and I just inched forward and I kept dropping food. I was like, oh, I'm not doing anything. I'm not just dropping food. Ah! And I got her and I picked her up and I like held her against me like this. And then I walked over to the car and I got like a blanket, or not a blanket. I brought a towel because I told myself I was going to do this again. And I still had like 40 minutes of my lunch. So I threw down a bunch more food, just to like damn near the whole bag, just so the ones that I was leaving behind, could eat, and I didn't have to I was the pigeon lady behind. That is really funny because I'm sure there were people in the park. They had to have seen me go like, oh, mine, it's mine now. And I tried taking them. There was a small vet like nearby, and I walked in, and the lady was kind of rude about it because I had her wrapped in a towel because I looked to see if like maybe I could just undo it, and I realized no, she's injured, possibly little legs broken. But she's like, well, we don't really treat wild animals, which I was like, how do you know this isn't a pet? People have pigeons for pets. And she's like, you can surrender her, but the vet will probably just euthanize her. I was like, well, why the fuck would I bring you to I'm not trying to get you to kill her. I was like, she just needs some like, I was like, she just needs somebody to look at her foot. I was like, can they just look at her? And they were just like very passive about it. I was like, well, I'm never bringing my animals here. So I was like, all right, I guess you're going to hang out with me for a little bit. So I went, back and in my trunk, I have a little carrier for like emergencies for if I need to get my birds somewhere. I don't know why I would leave it in my car, but it's like a just in case thing. I have an extra carrier, so I put her in the carrier, and I put my car in a it does this thing where it does climate control, so it'll have AC on while you're away from your car. So I went in and I was like, hey, something happened. I gotta go home. So I told my boss, I was like, I'm leaving. I can't really explain to you guys why I'm leaving, but I'm leaving. So I grabbed, put in time, left, and then went home. Got out my pigeons. Beatrice, she had an old cage that was originally my dove's cage that I pulled out, and I gave her, first and foremost, I stopped and got food, stuff to get mites off of her just in case she had mites. You must have an awesome job for that to work. I have an awesome union for that to work. And yeah, you can, I was like, in the way the job is, I was like, if you have PTO or if you have an emergency, it's just what are they going to do? No. I was like, oh, my leg's broken. Oh, we'll finish out the day. But anyway, that's why I say, I was like, union. Everybody get in a union if you can. Okay. Sorry. I'm sorry I'm going off on such a long tangent in the middle of the book, but this is a normal thing. I apologize to new listeners who are frustrated. But I'm in the middle of a story about birds. You can't talk to me about or can't mention anything about animals and birds especially. So went home. I went and got mite stuff and got food and got pet bird antibiotics, like anything, like stuff that was safe, and a little spray to help with the pain, because I assumed, I was like, this has got to be painful. There's no way it was, or it wasn't. There was a pigeon lady on Instagram who I've been going back and forth with, and I talked with them, and they're like, oh, it might be Bumble, blah, blah. Like, she was expecting what it was. I'm on her Coke again. Hey, I'm not on Coke. I am on root beer. Oh, hell no. I would never try any type of drug outside of, like, weed. It just seems, that'd be scary. So I gave her an Epsom salt / mite bath, and then, the Bumble actually came off in the warm water, and she was very lethargic, very like, okay, this might as well happen type of stuff. But I honestly think she was starting to feel the effects of the infection, because the vet that I managed that actually gave a shit was an online doctor that I had, or online vet that I had to pay in like video chat because they weren't from where I am. So we chatted for a bit, and she was looking at it. It's like, I got her all cleaned up. I put the antibiotic on, put the painkiller on. Vet prescribed like a little powder and a droplet stuff that had antibiotic and then painkiller for birds that was go into their food, or food or water, so they'll eat it. But yeah, it's the vet. She's like, she's like, do not. She's like, since this is a wild pigeon, she's like, it might have a staph infection. She goes, staph infections can transfer to humans, so make sure you wear gloves. I was like, oh yeah, of course. I was like, well, first of all, I'm not going to touch any animal's wounds without having gloves on to begin with. I wouldn't want anybody to touch an open wound without gloves on me. So yeah, so I have been like putting antibiotic on both of her little feeties, been giving her antibiotic and painkiller. I haven't washed her feeties in about a day or two, just because she was really stressed out because I vacuumed near her, and I'm just so used to having birds around me that it didn't click in my head that that might be stressful for an animal. So I kind of freaked her out a little bit because I was trying to vacuum the room she was in, because pigeons are messy eaters and they'll like throw their seeds everywhere. But it's doing good. I think another week she should be ready to be released. So don't lick the pigeon. No. Yeah, so that is a catch up. Crazy pigeon lady here, crazy bird lady, or birds, patron saint of birds, Jenny here, catching animals and stuff like that. Like I even have a like a pair of curved scissors that is specifically for getting wires and stuff off from around birds' legs, just in case I manage to catch any other one to get them off of their little legs. But yeah, hopefully she'll be healthy enough with like the vitamins and calcium and everything. Like I had to give her calcium supplements too because the vet said that it's probably attacking her bones. And it sucks too because she's just a baby. Because like I told you guys before, or in the previous stream, she squeaks. Adult pigeons don't squeak, only babies do. So she has to be a baby. It's very upsetting. I was like, you cannot have been alive longer than a couple months, and you already have all these horrible things on your little feeties. All right. I apologize for the long pigeon tangent, but I am very happy that she recovered because I was really worried there. I was like, please don't die. I spent about $200 on you with the vet and the vet and the antibiotics and the extra food and the specialty food and the vitamins and everything to get you. But it had made me realize I think I'm going to start powdering the little food, or the little bird food or bird seed that I throw out. I think I might start powdering the food with calcium and everything, because it seems like they're very calcium deficient in what I have for them. Which frog do you lick to hallucinate? Oh, I thought that was a old wives' tale. Is that real? Do you really hallucinate licking a certain type of frog? Okay, I need to get back. I need to get back into my... I'm gonna get some water. Get some valley. "50% chance of addiction or 5 minutes of high. No thank you, Coke. I'll pass." Yeah. Yeah. And I am very proud of you, Dave, for staying clean. It's a very hard thing to do, and I'm very proud of you for sticking to it. Alright, where the hell did I leave? Okay, she handed Jill the gun. Oh, that's where it went off, because I was confused by... It makes sense, though. Okay. When the girls shared a humorless laugh, Jill suddenly produced an agonized sound of revelation. "Oh, my car. Sarah, take my car." Hope flooded the babysitter to hear the suggestion. Of course, Jill's car. Are you serious? He probably slashed Jill's tires. I think he did. I think we saw that he did that. "It's real. I want to meet the first person to discover that licking a toad got you high." I want to know who discovered what looked good to eat. Because looking at some of the things, like sea urchin, who the hell looked at that and saw that and be like, that looks like something I can eat. I was like, that spiky little thing. The spiky little thing, they wear hats, and you're going to put that in your mouth? You're going to put that in your tummy? Monsters. Oh, that is a good point. Starving people will try anything. That is a very good point. I'm sure a lot of food was discovered that way. It's like, well, I either die of starvation or I die throwing up my guts. They're both equally awful. Okay. "Where are your keys?" "In my purse downstairs on the end table." Ugh. Jill's facade collapsed beneath the pressure of her pain. She rolled upon her side, groaning and twisting to fend off the agony. "Oh, fuck, Sarah. Sarah, I'm scared." "I know, Jill. Oh, sorry. I know, Jill. Oh, man, dude. I know. It'll be okay. Okay, we'll get you out. You just have to hang in there. Okay, Jill whispered. You bitch. Staring mugly into her friend's face. If you don't, just make sure this fucker dies. She'd do her best. Keep these bolt cutters for now, Sarah said to her friend. If he comes back, you can take him by surprise. Oh, yeah, said Jill, sarcastic to the end. Totally. I'm in great condition to do that. I'll just hop up with these stupid bolt cutters and stick them right in his thick skull. Yeah, I'll be an action movie hero. There'll be documentaries about me. Fuck you, Sarah. You bitch. Kiss my ass, Jill. You've always been a total bitch. Takes one to know one. Sarah looked over her shoulder seconds before leaving the room. She exchanged a smile with her already grinning friend, then squeezed through the gap of the door. She probably should have just given her one of the... she had to, like, this dude had to have had more than one handgun. I mean, he doesn't, like... Burr doesn't know that there's no bullets in the gun. She could have at least, like, ward him off for a minute. With the empty pistol stuffed into the waistband of her pants, Sarah left her friend behind in the Johnsons' master bedroom. Planting each step with steady deliberation, she secreted herself in the nearby bathroom. A second flashlight, one that was stronger but far more unwieldy, sat on the edge of the unrenovated sink. Sarah had just picked it up and turned it on when the familiar sound of Burr's foot upon the stairs triggered a new spell of panic. There was no time to squeeze down into the laundry chute. Frankly, she only had time for that in the first place because Jill had been there to play backup. Left to fend for herself against this home invader, Sarah stepped into the hall and analyzed her options. She found them sorely lacking. Windows seemed to be the only way out in a pinch. Sarah had to be willing to jump and tried quickly to picture the house from the outside. The upstairs den overlooked the street. Maybe she could hop down from the porch roof and minimize the risk of injury. But what if the doors locked her out again? Then Billy would be alone. In the crawl space, maybe, but still trapped in the house with that monster. The vacant eyes of the clown mask appeared. Whoa. Ooh. Hildering the rest of Burr's massive red frame. She pondered too long. Sarah's heart felt encased in a block of ice. Dizzy with terror, she decided to try the den anyway. The babysitter wasted no time. She dashed into the room that, in so many ways, had already significantly extended her life due to its turntable and liquor cabinet. Yes, if not for the liquor cabinet, Jack never would have showed up. It was horrible that he died, but his death had alerted Sarah and Jill to the presence of the killer. The friendly liquor cabinet had been what really lured the boy over. And seeing as the heights... Sorry, this music's a little... This track doesn't sound familiar at all. Okay. And seeing as the heights from the window were far more expansive than she had hoped, Sarah thought that the cabinet might have one more way to save her. While Burr's steps quaked the house along his path to the den, Sarah pushed the heavy cabinet away from the wall a few inches. With this space available, she squeezed behind to push it out a little more. The glass front antique groaned dangerously. Sarah clutched the wooden backing to keep it upright as long as possible, just until Burr stepped into the room. As soon as the killer was in that cramped den with Sarah, her true sense of urgency set in. The atoms of her brain screamed with panic while she applied every ounce of her strength in all four of her limbs. She rammed the cabinet forward. The unwieldy display piece was not made for such stress. The foremost pair of hand-carved legs snapped under pressure. Burr's head whipped around. Too late, fucker! Sarah guessed that mask interfered with his peripheral vision. Burr was crushed beneath the rain of shattering glass before the hefty oak backing of the cabinet. A single solid piece that did the brunt of the damage landed flat upon him with a painful thud. Once it settled, both killer and cabinet were still. A normal person would have cried out when crushed like that. Sarah would only later realize that Burr never made a sound. At the time, she was in such urgent state of automated fight or flight response that she didn't notice. Sarah's one and only thought was escape. She didn't stop to gloat or to investigate if he was dead. She simply mounted the wooden back of the cabinet. In its collapse, it had come to take up most of the room. The door to the den opened inward. Sarah grimaced to realize that it was blocked by the wreckage. Leaping nimbly from the cabinet to land in the small space of floor still available besides the door, Sarah yanked it open with all of her might. The doorknob jammed into her ribs. She began contorting her body through. Burr's massive hand shot from beneath the cabinet and grabbed her right ankle. "Excuse me, bitch, you do not touch me." Just do a Lester backflip. Valley Girl voice acting. I'm trying. I can. It's not as good as it was last time because I was actually practicing. I was practicing it the last time so I was prepared by the time I had this. Ooh. This track is from my favorite part in the game. This is when you're in the subway the second time and you see Cynthia's corpse. They're not playing the part, though, when she's doing the backwards crying. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's so fucking terrifying. I love it so much. If I knew how to do... If I knew how to do makeup, like special effects like that, I would totally be Cynthia's ghost one year for Halloween. But nobody would know who the fuck I was except super nerdy fans. Oh, you guys talking about your kitties? Kitty cats? That was a loud neck crack. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you guys heard it. Sorry, I'm sorry. I apologize. You guys had... Man, this is a good microphone if it picked up a neck crack. Yeah, sorry about that. When I sit in a certain position too long, my upper back and my neck gets stiff, and I can usually pop it to loosen it back up again. I apologize. I know that's a terrible noise for some people. Like, they don't like it. Like with me, I can't stand when people are using a knife and fork and they put the knife through the fork so like it scratches against it, or when it hits, like it touches the plate. It just I can't. It gets into my spine. Can't. Oh, we're on chapter 18. We're 80% done with the book. Only an hour and a half, I'm pretty sure only about half of that is me reading. The rest is me going on tangents. Alright, so chapter 18. As far as we know, Jill is probably dead or bleeding out. So, I hate when people streak their knife against their plate. Yeah, it's I went on, like, early, like, when I had first started dating, before I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. Like, forever ago, like 18, 19. I went on a couple dates with a guy, and he got offended that I reacted when that happened. Like, when we went like that. Like, every time, because he got to the point, like, he would start doing it on purpose. And he goes, "What's your problem?" I was like, that noise bothers me. I'm not sure why. It just always has. And so he started doing it on purpose. I was like, this is the second date, dude. I don't ever have to friggin' see you again if I don't want to. And I never did. And I think he's a cop now, which is terrifying, but yeah. You don't mind the cracking noise? All right. Well, I apologize. I should have warned, because, you know, some people are sensitive to certain noises, and I know that's one of them. High-pitched sounds or dog whistles, so I get what you mean. Yeah. See, I think everybody has that one noise or that one feeling that are like, ew. How to tank a date 101. Yeah. Yeah. A first and last date when I was 16. In retrospect, I don't know why this dude was talking. I think I went just because it was one of those things. I was like, I work with you, and it'd be awkward if I said no. But we went on a date, and we literally just ordered, and he started proselytizing to me, and I was like, oh no, because he thought he thought I don't he thought I worship Satan because I like to wear, like, I had long black hair, and this was also my first job, by the way. I had long black hair, and he said he always saw me in black, and I was like, our uniform is black pants and a black shirt, so yeah, you're gonna fucking see me in all black. It's it was bad, and I didn't have any experience. It was like maybe the second or third date I'd ever gone on, so trying to bow out, it was very difficult for me, and I was like, shit, we just ordered food. I was like, they probably already got it on whatever, I can't even remember what it was. I was like, they probably got it already cooking. I was like, I can't just leave. I don't even remember how it ended. I just remembered he got real bitchy with me afterwards, because I was like, I'm not gonna, what the hell was this soundtrack? I don't recognize this track either. I guess I'm not that big a fan of Silent Hill 4. I don't recognize some of the tracks. Thank you for this gift of an early red flag, so I can leave now. Oh, that's funny. That one noise for me is country music. Yeah, I can understand that one. The best question on the first date is, so who'd you vote for? Oh, that's like a lightning rod. Probably another good one to see if it's somebody they're like, yeah, I don't think I want to see. It's like, hey man, real quick, this may be, I was like, this is either gonna be a well, I would say it, hey man, question, do you think the Holocaust is real or no? And if they say no, I'll be like, oh, I gotta go find a window with the hole that's big enough to fit me through it. That's usually something that's also frustrating too. Without getting too dark, it's just I don't know. One of my old neighbors was like that, and it was terrifying because he was a scary dude. Like one of my other neighbors, like from the city that I lived before, we were talking. That's the same area I lived with the very old lady who gave me all the Masters of the Universes that you can't really see because it's kind of red. But yeah, they were joking at, because he never told anybody where he was, but it was kind of like obvious he was American, because just his accent was very like southern, like North or South Carolina. I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember how the accent went, but that's what my neighbor said. He's like, I think he's from the U.S., but he wouldn't say anything. And then my other neighbor was joking. I was like, he's probably fleeing from somewhere. I was like, well, out of all places, why would he flee here? It was like probably not the better place to go. The horrible reality that it is a legitimate way to vet people. I mean, yeah, Dave. A tuxedo cat? You have a tuxedo cat? They're so pretty. I also love animals or pets that people would consider kind of ugly, because I love those hairless cats. Because I mean, the Egyptians were right. They look like they'll give you a main quest, but you have to like solve a riddle that they provide and give them lots of head pats. I think Beers is from He Was a Dirty Prince. No, he definitely wasn't British. I would recognize a British accent. Sphinx, is that what they're called? Sphinx. They're so cute. One of my childhood friend had one, and they always had to put a little sweater on her because she got so scared or so cold all the time. I was really surprised that they didn't have a whole ass onesie on her sometimes, but then again, it'd be a little difficult considering, you know, animals have to use the bathroom. But yeah, they look like they're magic. They don't even look like they're of this world. They're just so interesting looking. Yeah, I have too many cats in my home. It started with two, somehow. And well, I started. They're soft but oily. Yeah, I have heard that. I've heard that the Sphinx cats are oily just because to make up for without any hair, they have to keep their skin moisturized. If it makes you feel any better, Artie. Oh wait, sorry, Ghost, because you're the one talking about cats. I started out with a couple parakeets because someone that I knew couldn't take care of them. And then I got Tippy. And then I got more parakeets. And then I got Rufio. And then I got my dove Boo. And then I got Beatrice Rose, my pigeon. And now I have a feral pigeon that I'm currently trying to wean back to health. And I was really close to getting another cockatiel, but Rufio was not having it, so I did not get her a companion. All right. This is another track I really like. Okay, now, chapter 18. Sarah's high scream was instant, but one of several noises that immediately rang out through the room. The tinkling of glass and the groan of the cabinet amid Burr's movement was another. The sound of her foot kicking that hand as hard as it could against the edge of the rattling cabinet was the beat back to it all. A flat, hard, thumping rhythm, sometimes punctuated by a crunch. When the hand still failed to release her, she drew the pistol from the back of her pants. Sarah whipped its handle hard across Burr's knuckles. Once, twice, 3 times, until the instant bruising beneath the metallic onslaught had begun to purple his swelling fingers. Only when his body nerves forced him to release his grip did he at last submit. The haunting image of his hand slowly sliding back under the upended liquor cabinet was the last thing Sarah saw in the den. She withdrew her foot, shut the door, and sprinted down the hall and down the stairs as fast as she could. The adrenaline pounding through her, and the exertion required for a small girl to push over such a heavy liquor cabinet left all of her limbs trembling with unspent energy. The child's bookshelf before the crawl space door was easier to shove aside than ever. While she yanked the door open with one hand, Sarah reholstered the gun back down of her jeans, urgently whispering to Billy, "Billy, it's me! Hurry, come out right now!" Thankfully, the boy was equally primed with adrenaline. Billy sprang out of the crawl space, the flashlight still in his hand. "Did you kill the boogeyman?" "Not yet. We still have to be super careful. I need you to listen to everything I tell you. Come on, follow me, Billy." Snatching the kid in her arms weighed her down considerably, no matter how light he was, but carrying him was still faster than tugging him along. With Billy on her hip, Sarah rushed into the living room, immediately sat eyes on her friend's open purse. She reached her hand inside. The keys were the first thing she brushed, and she kissed them when she picked them up. "Okay," said Sarah. Okay. Where's Jill? Where's Jack?" I can't believe it took me that fucking long to realize that her friend was named Jill and the boy was named Jack. Your Oswald Cobblepot's dream girl. You have an aviary, basically. I want one. My dream bird, one that I have. But again, the only way I would get it is if it was being it was already a pet and it was being rehomed. I've always wanted a toucan. I think they're so freaking cool. I think they're beautiful, but I would never go out of my way to find one or buy like one from a breed or anything. That's the only way I would take one in. I've decided that the only way I'm going to take any more birds in is if they are going to be they're going to die if I don't get them. Like with Beatrice, they were going to euthanize her before I took her. Sorry to hear that. Stay strong. Oh, what did you do, Dave? I'll go to the zoo and get you one. Honestly, I'd probably treat a toucan better than a lot of the zoos. I fucking hate zoos. And I'm also I am, but I'm also not. Oh, this is when you have to fight Jasper's ghost. The or I think it was an orca. The one that was being treated so fucking horribly and was alone since the 80s died. And I read it at work and I had to step away. I had to go for a walk because I was just crying. I was like, it's not fucking fair. I was like, why did it take so long for anybody to care? Yeah, Dolly. It was... Ugh. That was one of those times I was like, I wish I had crazy billionaire money because I would have just done a prison break. Just hired a bunch of people, gotten like a big ass helicopter and taken her out of there. We gotta heat Jenny, go full supervillain and have... That is another one. And have a pet cassowary. Okay, so I'm sorry. Once again, I am sorry I'm going on a tangent. I love those things too. I think they're beautiful and awesome, but if I saw anyone near me, I would be terrified because those things are violent as fuck. They do not like... Yeah, that's I would think that even if I got a cassowary when they were very, very tiny, like just a baby, the tangents rule. Well, I'm glad you guys like them, because when it comes in my head, I was like, oh my god. I don't think even if I got one as a baby and raised it, it might be okay with me until I do something. I moved too fast one day and suddenly I no longer have a face. But it would just be me that it would be cool with. You know what I mean? It's kind of like when people have tigers or like monkeys as pets and then just out of nowhere they attack their owner. I was like, maybe it's probably best they're like murderous dinosaurs. They're not like, they are. Have you seen what their feet look like? That could definitely tear open a human, no problem. Not even gonna mess with that. Like I said, I will love them from afar. They're terrifying. They're basically terror birds or modern day Utah raptors. There was a video that I saw not too long ago where people were just hanging out on a beach and a cassowary wanders up to them and they're all like, hey, look, it's a blah, blah. And because you're watching it walk towards the camera, and for some reason immediately I didn't clock what it was that I was looking at, and I was like, what the hell is it? Oh my god. And they're like laughing, like one of them reached out to pet him, I think, and I was like, what are you doing? And then he just kept walking, and I was like, you guys have no idea how fucking close you could have come to being mauled, or like being mauled to death. It's kind of like with that, was it a picture? No, it was a video of the girl with the most poisonous octopus on the planet, just playing with the tiny little thing. I was like, man, if you do not know what an animal is capable of, like a wild animal, well, stay away from them anyway, but especially if you're not sure about them. Like, stay far away. Stay away. Admire from afar. It's like watching those people fuck with buffalo in is it Yellowstone? It's a national park somewhere in the States where you see people like walk up to buffalo and everyone's like, oh, it's surprising they were mauled and then they had to euthanize the animal. It was like, the animal didn't do anything wrong. The animal was protecting itself. But because some dumbass decided it was a Disney princess and got mauled or attacked, then the animal has to suffer. This is Andrew DeSalvo's entrance. Ugh. I don't like his, I don't know what it is by that creepy, like, singing stuff. It freaks me out, too. Your tangents are very entertaining. What are your thoughts on Falcons? Oh, my God. Wait, are we talking about the football team? Oh, they're playing... Speaking of which, sorry, real quick before I get back on Falcons, because it just reminded me. NFL is actually going overseas to, I'm not sure where. I just know it's like the UK or someplace, like somewhere overseas across the pond. And they're gonna play games, or play a couple games because they're trying to like broaden the the fan base. And I was like, dude, I mean, granted, like Canada, prepare for the ritual, but still, like Canada's right there, and they do have fans, even though it's more of a, like Canada obviously has hockey, like hockey's the big thing, and secondary is football, or soccer, football, whatever you guys call it. But anyway, falcons are amazing. They are beautiful birds. I don't know too much about them besides just their claws can also rip you apart. Too soon to talk about the NFL? Oh, is it? Oh, well, the season just started in February, right? No, not February, September. So wait, we're still in September. So yeah, the beginning of the month. So they're still. Just watched a video today where a lady cassowary farmer had one hugging her while she showed off the giant lump slice that the other one gave her when she wasn't looking. Yeah, that's why. That's probably why I'll never get any big bird. Like, man, for a second I was like, ugh, I kind of wish I had like like an acre or something like that, because again, no idea where the fuck they would have found this thing. But the animal shelter, there's like a big animal shelter, like in my city, and they'll get farm animals and stuff like that. They had a peacock, and it was so hard for me to be like, no. I was like, you live in a fucking condo. I was like, they need to be outside, and it's a boy, so it's got like the big thing. I was like, it's no room. I was like, it would be terrible. Like, its quality of life would not be great in this. I was like, but it was I wanted that one so bad. But yes, they have a freaking, I think it's like I'm like 90% sure it's an ostrich based on the way it looks and its coloring, but it's a baby and it's got the biggest eyes, and I was like, oh no. I was like, it's so cute, but where the hell would I even keep it? I was like, I know I can't, but it was so cute, because even the picture, it looked like a goddamn Pixar, like Finding Dory when she was a baby with like the giant eyes. It was, it's crazy. I've been actually watching it just to see how long peacocks are annoying sounding. I don't know. I think it's kind of funny because they sound like they're crying or yelling for help. That's basically what they sound like. For those who don't know what peacocks sound like, just embarrassing myself. All right. Where did I leave off? Okay, Billy just asked where Jill and Jack are. Oh, honey, let's go. Let's go, and we'll talk about it later. Completely out of breath, arms weak, Sarah nonetheless pushed forward. The boy, seemingly to sense her weakness, shifted his grip on her. Now he clamped his arms around her neck, an action that helped her considerably. As Sarah rushed back to the hall and shoved open the front door, Billy glanced down. Is that blood? Are you bleeding? Don't worry, okay? I'm fine. We're both going to be fine. Sarah's lungs turned inside out as upstairs there echoed a heavy rattle that was punctuated by a thump. With a roll of eyes that instantly glazed her angry tears, Sarah shoved open the front door. Without bothering to close it behind her, she ran down the lawn. Jill's car sat parked alongside the road. Okay, Billy, let's get you settled in. Come on. Hell no. You get in the passenger side and then like you shove him over or you get into the driver's side, shove him over into the passenger side. You don't wait and get him situated. What did I say in School's Out? What you said in School's Out is embarrassing. You gotta narrow it down. Everything I say in all my videos is embarrassing. Go Pack Go and F the Bears. You a Packers fan, Dave? Okay. I don't have a team. I just like watching it. I think it's interesting. Sorry, I'm trying to remember what part of the game this is from. I think this is Building World's second time around. Tell them about emus. Yeah, emos is another thing that I wouldn't want, because again, they can really fucking hurt you if you're not careful. Cheesehead for life. Nothing wrong with that. It's like I don't like I said, I don't have a team, but I do enjoy seeing everybody excited when their team wins. Was really not, but when your team is losing, sit your ass down and wait until the game's over. It drove me crazy. I was watching what's the hockey team, the Texas team, because I think they were playing the Golden Knights from Nevada or Vegas, and they were getting their ass stomped in, and the team, or the fans of the Texas team, were piling out. I was like, what are you doing? I was like, yeah, they're your team's getting your ass kicked, but this is not supportive of your team. Like, they can see you. Like, even if they're not the Stars, is that what it was? The Texas Stars? Yeah. I was like, even if your team is losing, you're still there. They're supposed to be your team. You don't support them only when they're winning, because then you're not a fan. It's just so weird. A local emu farmer a few towns over got killed by his flock last year. Yeah, that's why. Nope. Yep. Nope. The Dallas Stars. Thank you, Adam. Yeah, so you know what I was talking about. When I used to eat cheese, my favorite cheese was actually, what was my favorite cheese? God, I don't even remember. I remember really liking pepper jack. I think pepper jack was my... Oh, there you go. Yeah, Apple and I were there. Dallas is a city. Oh yeah, no, that I know because of the Dallas Cowboys. And I know they were from, or no, I know they're definitely from Texas. Whew. Okay. After unlocking the passenger door, Sarah I don't know why I couldn't read that word. Sarah extricated herself from the kid's steel grip and shoved him inside. She shut the door after him and darted around the driver's side and scrambled in behind the wheel. She crammed the key into the ignition. Jill's car didn't start. Of course it's not going to start. He's not going to give you an out. Pep Jack voted to win. There's also the Houston Aeros. What's their mascot? That's not ringing a bell for some reason. Bow, 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 bow. But Jill's car didn't start. What the fuck? Whispered Sarah, slamming down the brake while twisting the key. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's a bad word. Sarah slammed her hands on the steering wheel, her eyes blind with the burning of her tears. Please shut up, Billy. Just shut up. Shut the fuck up and let me think. To her later shame, she had screamed at the kid. It was understandable given the circumstances. At that point in time, however, she felt not an iota of guilt. Her high pitch only made her wonder why no one had come to help her. Of course, when her frustrated mind posited the question, she provided her own answer in the second. Cops were out everywhere looking for Burr, dealing with his other murders, trying to prevent more. Meanwhile, civilians were being urged to stay inside. They were being told not to answer their door for strangers. They were told not to get involved. If Sarah ran away screaming and pounded on every shut door in the neighborhood, no one, not a soul, would have emerged to help her. Sarah couldn't expect anyone to get them through this. Nobody would help her. She had to help herself. Body numb by now with all the stress hormones flooding its fibers, Sarah leapt from the car and rushed to the hood. She didn't have to pop it to know they'd been sabotaged. The flashlight highlighted bloodstains, thick fingerprints imprinted upon the hood of Jill's white car. Yeah, I kind of figured he would have had to... It's a plane. Oh, they're... Oh. Okay. It's awful in Texas. I'm sorry. Fuck the Cowboys. Oh, you guys. Okay. Motion flickered near the facade of the house. Nauseous, Sarah looked up. Burr had filled the open door frame. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Billy, come here. Jerking open the driver's side door, Sarah urged the boy to crawl across the center console. When he had, she asked him, how fast can you run? Fast, insisted Billy. Really fast. Okay, okay. What I want you to do is when I say go, I want you to run around the back of the car. Her eyes flickered up as Burr began to move towards them, and she grabbed Billy's shoulder to keep him from following her gaze to the killer. Up the lawn and right into the house. Don't stop until you get into the garage. Is the car in there locked? The boy shook his head and she said, okay, okay. Meet me in there and stop. Sarah whipped the empty gun out of... Stop! Okay, that... Sarah whipped the empty gun out of her waistband and pointed at the killer, who was then a few feet away from the inoperable vehicle. For just a second, almost literally a second, maybe two, he did pause. Sarah stepped out around the left side of the car and gestured the gun as though ready to shoot. She even remembered to pull the hammer back. Burr resumed his steady pace. Her stomach lurched as the distance between them closed. Sarah's eyes locked not only to the hideous clown face, but the reddening knife in his huge hand. Go! Screamed Sarah, leaping back a few feet in preparation for her own sprint around the perimeter of the house. It was so gratifying to watch Billy bolt into the house. It was like a little blue comet. Go, Billy, go! She wanted to cheer but had no time. Alerted by the noise of Billy's fast steps, the killer wheeled around. Watching Burr track the boy's path was like seeing a lion's attention leak to the movement of a gazelle. Somehow this had the effect of enraging Sarah. While the lumbering murderer turned towards the fleeing child, proving, as he did, as ill-suited to move about in the liquor cabinet had been, Sarah hurled Jill's useless keys at the back of his head. She feigned right, then dashed left. Oh, she did. The blade whizzed past the small of her back. Sarah cried out, urging her muscles into the peak of action, begging her burning limbs to cooperate. She remembered her own advice to Billy. Run, and don't stop until you're in the garage. As she surged forward, she told herself that the same vital gem, but did delay just a moment, just to slam the door and hit the bolt. Find another way back in, asshole! She screamed while dashing into the garage. And there it was, Mr. Johnson's dusty old car. Oh, she had never been so happy to see it. Shutting the garage door behind her, Sarah tried the driver's side. Her stomach sank. Locked? Empty? Where was Billy? Just as panic began to anew, the rear driver's side door flew open. Billy leapt from under an old tarp he had been smart enough to drag into the back of the car. Sarah! Oh, dude! Little dude! Sarah hugged him tight enough to crush him, saying, I am so glad to see you. Is the car still out of gas? The boy nodded rapidly. But Dad keeps a big red can in the shed. That might have gas in it. Jesus Christ, with this... Did this family have a goddamn... just knew this was gonna happen, so they made everything in the most horrible, out-of-reach place ever? When is Spoon starting OnlyFans? I was gonna post one up, with this, there's an animatronic review that I have that's supposed to be released on October 1st, and then, the Spirit Halloween review. I need to finish this hopefully within this next week or so, because I want to release that in the middle of October, and by the end of October, by Halloween, I want to release a third video. But if it gets to the point that, well, no, shoot, the Spirit Halloween video has to come out because it has the whole thing with Spoon's OnlyFans. But I will... Actually, maybe I'll just... After I'm done here, maybe I'll just record it and get it in the can so I can finish it. But yeah, I'm gonna jokingly open one. But I don't know if you guys can see him. See him hanging out over there. Fucking drunk-ass bitch. Hungover. Oh, and I also... Oh, you can't really see them, but... Redford's back here. He got himself a new outfit. Woo! It's the Build-A-Bear Halloween one 2023. It's got cat eyes, I think, and candy corn, which I'm not too thrilled about. But look at this fancy gentleman! Oh, your glasses are all messed up, good sir. Woo! Oh no! Finn! I'm sorry. Come here. And then Finn's wearing last year's getup. Say hello, Finn. There we go. Hi, Zach. Whew. You're making me want Oreos. Oh, I love Oreos. Oreos, and there's this really good vanilla flavored oat milk that I've found that is really, really good with it. I like it. Sorry. There we go. I've just been for a full 2 hours. I've just been yelling at you guys. All right. Where was it? Okay. Any chance do you know where he keeps the bullets for his guns? At that, Billy frowned. He shook his head. I don't think his parents would have told him that. This poor kid. His pupils were traumatized pinpoints, and his eyes had circles from the simple exhaustion of spending such an extended period of time mortally afraid. She could relate. Sarah patted him. It's okay. You're the greatest, Billy. Such a smart kid. I'll be at your college graduation. Just wait. Oh, and you'll, be a doctor someday. Wait and see. Now get in there, get back in there. The boy climbed into the car. At the last second, while tucking the tarp over him, Sarah asked, I don't suppose your dad lets you know where he keeps his shed key, does he? Of course not. Jesus Christ. Well, there's also what's the, because Oreo is technically the generic version. What's the actual name of the Oreo that sounds like a cleaning product? I always forget it, but every time I hear it, it sounds like something you put in your toilet that has bleach in it. Whew. It's like Oatly? Mate, actually, yeah, I think it is. I think that is what that is. Typical Friday night then. You're at work now? I'm sorry, Ghost. Hopefully you'll be able to, How did you come up with the ideas of your character? Well, funny story. One of the reasons Spoon is this person right here is because I have no idea what I did with his inflatable one. I've been trying to find it because, yeah, but I was like, well, shit, I don't know what happened to it, because when I was filming that episode, I was packing stuff, and at first I didn't think I was gonna do a different skit, so I had packed everything, but I don't know what I did with him, like his animated or his inflatable guy, and Spoon, the inflatable one, I've had since we were little kids. And my youngest sibling, I don't know why, but she would call, instead of skeletons, she called them Spoon. Like Spoon. So he just became Spoon the skeleton. Oreo is our primary... I have no idea what you're talking about. God, what... It's called something. If you Google what cookie did Oreo rip off, you'd probably be able to find it. But honestly, I had no I wasn't originally going to do little characters and stuff like that, because I was so many other people do that. I was like, maybe I shouldn't. And then I quickly realized why people have, characters like this is because it's either that or you rope friends into doing them. And I was like, there's no way I'm going to drag people to do this. So a Hydrox. Yes. Thank you, Adam. Yeah. Yeah. A Hydrox. Yeah. That was the original cookie, and then Oreos apparently ripped it off, and now Oreos is the one. Yeah, you didn't even know it existed. I think it does still exist. I'm not sure. And with King Apple, I went to a goth. I forget what it was. It was supposed to be a fundraiser for something, but it was super gothy, pagan art inspired stuff like that. And I got it from a vendor because I was like, this thing is adorably ridiculous. I was like, I gotta have this one. Nerd. And so I was like, I could probably use this for something. And it's just one of those things where you're writing something. I was like, maybe I'll just add him as a ridiculous character. And with Horace, I bought him at a craft fair, and I even have, you've seen this one before, but I bought him with this little girl right here. But so far, I haven't figured out what to do, or if even to put this little one in there. But it was cute. It was just like a little old lady who made these cute little, like, they're adorable. She had so many of them, but I couldn't justify buying all the stuffed animals that she has. Yeah, it was just kind of kind of like a spur of the moment thing that I was like, I got these two new things, so these two new stuffed animals that I think are cute, so I'm just gonna use them in a video real quick, and then it just kind of expanded from there. Had no plan. In fact, I'll probably end up doing bringing in another character. That's when you steal. I have to work on research paper on depression and a speech on the importance of filmmaking on top of getting assignments done before next week. Oh God, welcome to college, Zach. It's like, Jesus, it's giving me PTSD just thinking about it. Okay. Just one thing at a time, or if you're like me, do pieces of it. Do pieces of the project each until all of them are done, or the most difficult one first, and then do the easiest one last. That's also how I used to do it. That way, it would force me to get everything done on time. I was like, well, if I fuck around on the hard one, then I'm not going to get to the easy ones. So, okay. Looks like she was going to have to go back upstairs and get those damn bolt cutters. I forgot she left the bolt cutters. Well, if nothing else, it was a good opportunity to grab Jill and put her where? Where were you going to take her? Assuming there was time, of course. Sarah stepped out of the garage, her flashlight's beam no longer trembling, but steady with the sheer intensity of her will to survive. The light flooded the hall. As it did, the tinkle of glass rang out from the previously broken kitchen window. Trying not to succumb to another fit of fearful frustration, Sarah switched off her flashlight and ran through the dark. Being acquainted with it as she was by now, she skipped that loud bottom stair and vaulted a few more before paddling up softly the rest. While downstairs, Burr's steps retraced through the living room. While downstairs, Burr's steps retraced through the living room, Sarah crept into the master bedroom. She slipped again through the crack of the squeaking door. Her eyes squeezed shut at the sight of Jill's body, the bolt cutters clutched firmly in its hand. Jill, whispered Sarah, now unable to help a few searing tears. She stroked her friend's stiffly sprayed, blood-matted hair. Oh, Jill, I'm so sorry. You fucking should be, bitch. Jill! How quickly sorrow turned into hope. Restraining herself from gripping her wounded friend's shoulders, Sarah gasped to look at her friend's barely opened eyes. Oh, Jill, you're alive. And so tired. Hurts so bad. Fucking wish I were dead. Don't say that. Oh, wait, that's right. They're both Valley girls. Don't say that. Please don't say that. Come on, come with me. We're gonna go to the Johnson's car. Get it gassed up and get out of here. What about my car? I don't know. Burr sabotaged it somehow. That fucker. Not enough for him to kill me. He has to kill my car too. That son of a bitch. Groaning to be halted upright in Sarah's trembling arms, Jill begged, No, Sarah, leave me here. I can't just let you die, bitch. It'll take 5 minutes to get gas. Not even. We'll be out of here in no time. Yeah, right. We will, I promise. I need you to just believe in me, okay? Okay, Sarah, just, don't grab me there. Ow, 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 ow. Sorry, hold on. While adjusting her grip on Jill and clenching the blood-soaked bolt cutters in one hand, Sarah realized they couldn't fit through the squeaky bedroom door without pushing it open wider. Quiet as she may have been on her way upstairs, Burr was for sure going to hear that. We're gonna have to move fast, okay? So just do your best and remember, I got you. We don't really know. The thing is, it's kind of weird. We don't know how, is she gutted? Like, if she's disemboweled, she probably needs to hold her bowels in while she walks. Steven Seagal impression is fantastic. Oh my god. It would be a lot easier if, oh yeah, I also had work for a yeah, that's also a tough one. The Silent Hill 4 music is a nice touch. Well, thanks. Thank you. Okay. Before Sarah could shove wide the door with her foot, Burr opened it for her. Oh, jeez. Chapter 19. What happened next happened so fast and was so much a series of psychological, instinctive responses to stimuli that Sarah couldn't keep track of everything. It somehow amazed her that she could feel with such vivid detail the bite of Burr's rusted knife as it slashed across her arm. Amazed, too, that she managed to discern the tone of Jill's scream from her own. What shocked Sarah most of all, though, was her ability to barrel past him, Jill in her arms. Somehow, she forced herself to squeeze past the killer, just as she had been wiggling in and out of the cracked door all this time. Why was that so incredible to her? Only because it seemed as though mere contact with Burr should have somehow caused some grave injury. Yes, as if simply brushing shoulders with him should have ended her very life. But Burr was not some supernatural creature. Not that Sarah could tell anyway. Just a man. A huge man. Practically a demon, yes, but only practically. In reality, he was made of flesh and bone, not fire and brimstone. And he could slash her, even stab her with that knife of his, but it didn't matter. As long as she kept moving, Burr wouldn't kill her. And he wouldn't kill Jill. And he sure as hell wouldn't kill Billy. Her arms burning as though it had been set aflame, Sarah swept her friend down the stairs and tried to ignore the footsteps rattling the house so close behind her. Sarah had been able to outrun him pretty well before, and while going down the stairs that still seemed to be the case, but there was no doubt about it. Jill weighed her down. As soon as Sarah set foot in the downstairs hall and had to readjust her grip of her friend, the truth became obvious to her in an instant. She could try to haul her friend to the garage like she had planned. The killer would either catch up on the way or pin her in the garage. Then Sarah would be like a lamb in the slaughterhouse. The alternative? She could leave Jill. Sarah's guilt was somewhat anguished by her crass friend's groan. "Leave me behind, you fucking dip. Just, ugh." Sarah gasped as her friend let herself become nearly literal dead weight. Unwinding her arms from around Sarah's neck, Jill dropped backward across the landing of the staircase with a grimace. "Just go," wheezed Jill, gripping her stomach. "It's fine. I forgive you. I love you even. You bitch." Sarah's eyes filled with sympathetic tears to see ones rolling down her dying friend's face. "I love you too, man. I love you too, dude. Oh, man. And you're the bitch." She didn't say that either. Uh-oh. Reminds me of a girlfriend of one of the main characters in Scream 6. Ghostface nearly cut her stomach open and she had to hold in the wound. I actually felt so sorry for her. I'm trying to remember which. I haven't seen 6. I didn't really like 5. And I was kind of like with 4. But I think I really didn't like 5 because they offed my favorite character. Has anyone seen Saw 10 yet? Not yet, no. Like I said, I haven't seen it past the second one. Which one is the one with the pig face girl? That was the last one I know I saw. Anyway. Bill's foot appeared around the corner of the staircase. Sarah booked it through the house without further sentiment, careening beyond the living room and out to the backyard. As she burst through the kitchen's rear door and found herself once again alone beneath the night sky, Sarah realized she she was practically on the verge of collapse. After pushing her muscles to the breaking point for so many minutes on end, Sarah was exhausted, winded, and extremely unsteady. How long had it been? The night had felt like eternity. Now Sarah wondered if all the horrors of Burr's invasion, had been unfolding for even a half an hour. Just standing was a tall order. She gave herself 2 seconds to brace against the doorframe. Then, as she and Jill had at the start of all of this, Sarah ducked around the fence line and followed it to the shed. Man, those bolt cutters. Both girls had been dubious about their use as a weapon, but Sarah was grateful for them now. All the inanimate objects in the house, in fact. Oh, she appreciated them all so much. The house had seemed to be on her side all along. Really? Because you can't seem to find them anywhere. What? Dave, you are you are high as shit right now, aren't you? Reassuring to know that somebody was. After the cutters made quick work of the shed's padlock, she tossed them aside and smiled to let herself in. In the semi-safety of the shed, if anything in her life could be considered even semi-safe again, Sarah flipped on the flashlight and swept its light across the contents of the cluttered room. A handyman's workbench, an old-fashioned push mower, a coiled hose that served as the frame for a spider's web, a few paint cans too rusty to qualify for a basement. Get rid of them! Jesus. A hatchet that gleamed in the light. Sarah almost wept to yank it from the wall, even not considering the possibility of spiders that, a mere hour before, would have stayed her hand. While she sat down the light to try the impromptu weapon's heft, however, that friendly flashlight illuminated something indefinitely more valuable than even the red head of the axe. Bullets? Man, Sarah had lost it. She was officially talking to herself, but oh, she did not care. Clutching the rattling box that was colored a red far more than faded than the axe, then the killer's boiler suit, then the gas can that awaited her use, Sarah repeated in a happy, desperate whisper, "Bullets! Oh!" Her fingers trembled. She pushed open the tiny cardboard casket within its case and gasped. Six shots! For a normal home invader, that would have been excessive, but Burr, it was a cruel joke. Sarah had upended an incredibly heavy liquor cabinet of wood and glass directly on top of him, yet the man didn't seem to have a scratch. Were 6 bullets really going to do the job? They would have to. Her hands shook as Sarah struggled to remember what Jill had done to check the cartridge. When she finally got it out, she thought for a few harrowing seconds that she had broken it, but the babysitter swiftly realized where and how to load the bullets. With trembling fingers, she pushed all 6 of them into the gun. She tried anyway. She dropped one on the floor of the shed. Swearing, Sarah whisked up her light and rooted around in the dust and dirt until she found it. As she loaded this final bullet into the clip, her terror-heightened senses detected the back door of the Johnsons' house opening from all the way across the lawn. Sarah shut her eyes. Some bullets now, or try the axe. Some bullets now, or try the axe. The answer was obvious as it was frustrating, but the bullets were to be used, and every second she delayed was another second closer to the one where she'd be cornered in the shed. Every muscle in her body coiled like a set of springs. I hope she knew how to remove the safety. Ooh, kind of reminds me when Jackass Forever came out and critics actually liked that film despite hating the others. That's weird. Huh. Yeah, it was fun when people work together instead of going after movies because they personally don't like them. Where did I stop? Every muscle in her body coiled like a set of springs. Sarah removed the belt from her pants. She looped it around her chest and shoulder with a trembling hand. Then, carefully, she slid the handle of the hatchet over her shoulder and made sure it could rest there without falling or hurting her. With the axe crookedly hanging against her back in this makeshift sling, Sarah readied the gun and pushed open the door of the shack. Upon finding Burr mere feet away, Sarah transmuted her wave of nausea into a squeeze of the trigger. Sarah had never fired a gun before, but she'd watched other people do it in movies. Once she had seen her uncle shoot some cans. That was years ago, though, and she'd been too small to try herself. The babysitter was totally unprepared for even that small pistol's kickback. Not only did she miss Burr completely, but the gun bucked in her hands and it almost hit her in the face. Grimacing, Sarah stumbled back and tried to rectify her aim. She was too slow, too untrained. And Burr was too relentless. He closed the distance with another burst of uncanny speed. That kind of motion seemed impossible, given how slowly he lumbered around corners and upstairs, but Sarah had to reckon that it was a matter of momentum. The very same momentum that made even Burr's rusted knife sink so effortlessly, Jesus, into Sarah's left shoulder. I haven't seen Midsommar, but most people I hear are split on that movie. I haven't seen it either. Hi, Silly Palm. How you doing? Did I ever show you guys my one of my favorite little toys, or little Simpsons toys? Oop. Oops. Knocking shit over. Yeah, look at that. The ironic punishment. It's super cute. It still has its... Because I don't want to lose the little donuts, but his little legs... Oh, I guess it won't work if... But his little legs are supposed to kick. You like donuts? I saw that in the back of one of your videos. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's one of my favorite Simpsons memorabilia thing that I have. The other one is what my sister made me years ago. This thing. Or was that last year? Was that last year? I think that might have been last year's. But yeah, I'm a big fan of the older Simpsons. Before I start this chapter, I'm gonna go turn down the AC. It's actually really, really warm in here and the fan's going, so hold on just a second. Woo! Whew. Whew. Sorry about that. Sorry, I was checking in on the animals while I was out. I don't know why, but my AC, even though I had it turned down lower, it stopped and didn't kick back on. I just love having a air conditioning unit that does not want to do what I ask it to do. It isn't quite as good as Hereditary. Huh. Hereditary. Oh my god. Did I tell you guys my Hereditary, watching Hereditary in the theater story? She was talking about a different kind of... I don't understand it. James Coco went mad in 15 minutes. Yeah, you know. Oh, hi, Arkham. I'm happy to see you here, because I know you have to, like... You've been stuck working all this time, so you haven't been able to check it out. American remake of One Missed Call and the remake of Left Behind starring Nicolas Cage. Yeah, but Nicolas Cage is very, very funny. Oh, okay, so if you guys haven't seen Hereditary, I apologize because it's going to be kind of a spoiler. But I went to go see it and it was a relatively full theater because it had only been out for like maybe a couple weeks. And I'm watching it with a friend of mine. And the part where the teenage boy, okay, if you haven't seen it and you want to watch it, put me on mute for a second and I'll wave to the camera when I'm done explaining what happened. The part with the boy, when he had to drag his sister to the party and they're driving back, when she when she hit that pole and was decapitated, not because it was funny, just because it came out of left fucking field, I burst out laughing because it was just, Jesus Christ, like it was just like a nervous reaction to something that was so fucking like insane. But anyway, yeah, I laughed at something terrible like that. So yeah, apparently I'm a terrible person because I could see people in my peripheral. I could just feel eyes like drilling in the back of my head. I was like, look, I don't think it's funny. I was just like completely in shock because it came out of fucking nowhere. But yeah, it's sometimes all you can do is laugh. Yeah, that's. Yeah, just watching people like get up and scoot away from me. Oh, my poor friend. My laughing made my friend laugh, so we both look like lunatics there. But again, it wasn't because we thought that was necessarily funny. I just thought it was like just out of nowhere. Left Behind got a remake starring Nick Cage. Yeah, that's right. It originally had that obnoxious, really stupid and obnoxious guy from Growing Pains. I always forget his name. I had the same reaction when the door smack closed on the barking dog. It yelped. That moment in Hereditary was unintentionally hilarious. It's, again, sometimes the movies are just like so, it just smacks you in the face with something, and if you're not prepared, you're gonna get one of two reactions. And unfortunately, I apparently went the way where people thought I was a psychopath. All right, chapter 20. For 1 second, 2 seconds, 3, didn't we do something like this? Sarah's brain struggled to fully grasp that she had been stabbed. The burst of pain was so sudden and nightmarish that it was unreal. In fact, she did realize that he had gotten her. It seemed like a strange mistake. This whole night, now that she thought about it, seemed like a strange mistake. Arson, burglary, rape, murder. These crimes were horrors that happened to other people, not to Sarah, not to her friends. Being stabbed was simply not a physical possibility in the safe world of American suburbia where Sarah was raised. Ooh, Sarah, I got some bad news for you. And not very much longer than that. My worst horror movie theater experience was getting dragged into the remake of Wreck, where the camera work was so shit that I got motion sickness. Really? I didn't puke, but I had to close my eyes and just listen to it. See, I don't get motion sickness. Like, I've never... I'm gonna go back a little bit because we're getting kind of close to the end there. But yeah, that's insane. It sucks because I think her name's Jennifer Lawrence. I'm not a big fan in the horror movies that she has been in. Like, Wreck was... the Wreck thing was okay, but it's just because I like her. No, not Jennifer Lawrence. Jennifer Carpenter. I saw her first in The Exorcist of Emily Rose. Because she was so amazing in that. I didn't like the movie because especially since it's based on an actual woman who was basically tortured by her family and a priest. But she was great in it. I really enjoyed her, and she was really good in Dexter, except for that last season. And I didn't even bother with the other, that newer one that came out, because I heard it was just as enraging as the ending was the... I've watched plenty of shaky cam and never had an issue until then. That's crazy. It must have been... Oh. Jennifer Coolidge is the lady from Jennifer Coolidge is the Stifler's mom, isn't it? Isn't that from American Pie? Isn't that who he plays? She's also in Legally Blonde. She's the nail salon lady. I'm trying to think of what else she was in. I think she was in Best in Show. I like her too. All right. Here, that track's a little. Whoa. All right then. I was like, I need something that's just not the lyrics and a little more chill. Okay. But this was a new world. This was a world that was indefinitely more dangerous than the one she'd been known for. It was a world that required her to be dangerous in response. Her shoulder jerked forward while Burr yanked the knife out of the joint. The killer drew his blade high to stab again. Still, somehow uncomprehending to both her injury and its gravity, being completely numb with shock, Sarah pointed the gun. Her thumb slammed back the hammer. Unhesitating, Sarah fired into the flesh of Burr's body without discrimination for her target. Lungs, stomach, heart, it didn't matter. She would take anything at all. She got his ribs. Burr fell back a few steps as if in shock of his own. Gliding as effortlessly through the town as he had, perhaps he had forgotten that he had the capacity to receive injury as readily as he could deliver it. Whole new world. They should have cast Jennifer Coolidge. Sarah longed to stick around and really prove that to him, but Burr was already starting to shake the pain off while her shoulder overflowed with ribbons of blood. The yellow and white shirt had been stained by Jill's mortal wounds, but now it observed the gouts from Sarah's fresh injury and communicated to her one crucial fact. If Sarah was going to make it to the garage with the gas can, well, when she was going to have time to come back for it. Burr was closing in on her again. Gritting her teeth, Sarah fired off a third round. She was satisfied that, while Burr hardly flinched, he did pause. It was a pause just long enough for her to tear back to the house, the wooden handle of the axe bobbing against her back at every step of the way. Sarah left the door hanging open. If she wasted even a second of her precious time to shut it, he'd just use the open window. By this point, she was about as keen on wasting time as she was on wasting blood. Her shoulders burned in agony like she'd never felt. The previous slice of the knife was a joke now. Sarah felt as if pieces of rust had lodged themselves into her shoulder joint, although it was surely the exaggeration of her imagination. Had to hope it was, anyway. Struggling to avoid the sight of Jill's abandoned body lying unconscious or dead upon the floor, Sarah rushed up the stairs and found herself in the creepy bathroom again. She had to admit that she was now sort of grateful for its bizarre lack of a mirror. If Sarah could have seen herself covered in blood, she never would have gotten the sight out of her head. No, she never would have been able to be calm. And matter of fact, as she stripped off her makeshift holster along with her shirt, letting hot water surge from the tap, ears focused over the sounds, Sarah splashed the puncture and the prior slit in her arm with as much of the burning liquid as she could stand. Oh, it had hurt. Hissing, she forced herself to do it again, as long as she could stand it, as long as she had time. The hasty cleaning was anything but thorough, yet it would have to do. After washing away superficial blood flows and debris, Sarah double-checked the lock on the bathroom door and hurried through the motions of wrapping the wound. Good thing she'd taken a first aid class before starting to babysit. Yeah. I kind of feel like maybe she shouldn't be wasting time to do this. But then again, she'd be trailing blood, so maybe that's why she's doing this. Sarah maintained pressure on the puncture as best she could. The task was hard. Her left hand was, while not completely out of commission, now significantly weakened and subject to bursts of pain every time it lifted too high. She fought through that pain to keep the injury covered with... Oh, no! Oh, I don't know why it did that. Meanwhile, with her other hand, Sarah wrapped the wound in a bandage. Blood began to soak through right away. It would have to do. She would just have to replace her shirt when... She had just replaced her shirt when a thumb on the upstairs landing alerted... Oh, it's supposed to be a thump, not thumb. A thump on the upstairs landing alerted her to Burr's presence. The game had changed somehow. The fear was gone. It was all cold anger that she felt now, disgust and frustration. No more fear at all. Sarah looked around herself. Then, considering the creepy casement window over the shower and the axe that she had set down to tend to her wounds, she snorted. "Here's Johnny," she said. Sarah muttered, hefting the axe as she faced the shower. The bathroom doorknob rattled, and the door itself soon shook under a great thump. Shoulder still burning, Sarah nonetheless stepped into the cramped, tiled stall, hefted the axe in both of her hands, and brought its head to bear against the frosted glass of the casement window. That was one sharp axe. Sarah was emboldened to see how immediately the panel broke, but not shattering into a million pieces like movie glass, but all the same, spider webbing on the first impact. The second strike knocked a few pieces out, and the third had begun to ruin the frame just as the bathroom door produced a series of pained groans beneath Burr's incessant onslaught. If the window hadn't been a casement and had just been a normal slider, Sarah might not have been able to fit through. Once she cleared the glass out, however, the opening proved to be at least the size of the laundry chute through which Sarah squeezed, and it was certainly friendlier since there was no ominous tunnel involved. You know, just a drop down from the second floor, or couldn't be more than 20 feet, right? You know, better not to estimate, better to just do it. Sarah boosted herself up while the bathroom door's hollow wood splintered beneath Burr's weight. Vertigo swept her from head to stomach in a cold wave just to see the drop into Johnson's side yard. She didn't have any choice. After tossing the axe, then the gun out the window, Sarah considered the terrible height one more time. The room was near the corner of the house. The garbage cans were almost right below her. If she could somehow throw herself out the window and break her fall on those, the bathroom door shattered. Burr stepped inside. Sarah had no more time to hesitate. She pushed herself over the window frame, hissing as a piece of glass still stuck in the frame slit a fresh cut along her right side. Didn't matter, just a cut, keep going. She reached up out the window and grasped the house's siding, dragging herself out with a cry of victory that was too soon halted. Burr's monstrous hand snatched the ankle of her jeans. "That's why you shouldn't have tossed both your weapons." Burr's monster... No! Sarah screamed, her free legs thrashing wildly around. It was incredible that, after all the fast moving he'd been doing, Burr still had so much strength. Sarah barely had any left. Certainly not enough to fend off the grown man trying to pull her back into the house. She twisted in the window, screaming as that jagged shard cut another sharp line into her flesh. Now it opened a path around her waist and into her back, a fire that made her weep with agony. From this angle, Burr's grip managed to shift from her jeans to her actual leg, but she got advantage of her own. Her eyes linked with the horrific hollows of the clown mask. It smiled at her, even though the animal glint behind it bore not the least trace of humor. Holding Burr's empty gaze, Sarah lifted her free foot and smashed the bottom of her shoe into that mocking mask. The sole slammed so hard that she literally felt his nose snap beneath the pressure. Burr released his grip to touch his face through the mask. He quickly lifted it to feel the injury, but Sarah didn't stick around to see his face. She didn't even turn around properly, which she regretted when she fell out the window, dropped a story, and landed in the rose bushes, lining the Johnson side yard. Thorny branches snapped beneath her slight weight. Sarah groaned to see stars surely identical to the ones she had just shown Burr. Every cell in her body ached. The roses had scratched up all the exposed flesh that Burr hadn't managed to wound. Her right ankle had twisted beneath her. Her teeth still seemed to be rattling in her head. But she made it out. Yes, she had made it out of the bathroom. She was outside. Heart throbbing with hope, Sarah leapt up beneath a final surge of adrenaline. Though stumbling and limping, she paid her injuries no further mind. Instead, she groped around the dark lawn. Her hand touched the axe's wooden handle. Just to the left, she discovered the gun. With the ladder stowed in the back of her jeans and the axe resting on her unwounded shoulder, Sarah dashed through the gate into the backyard. It was loud, that gate. Its crash had been her first warning of Burr's presence. If the killer hadn't already been sure where she would try to go, Sarah was certain he now knew. She didn't care. Nothing could stop her. She'd get that gas can and get Billy out of here if it was literally the last thing she did. There it was, still sitting red and pretty in the beam of the flashlight she'd abandoned with the abrupt arrival of the killer. After tightening the impromptu holster of the axe to keeping its bobbing handle still against her back, Sarah plucked up the gas can and left the flashlight behind. By this point, she was used to the dark. By this point, she knew the Johnsons' house as well as she knew her own. The only person who knew it better was its old owner. Burr knew its every twist and turn, its every creaking floorboard. Sarah stepped through the house still open back door and removed the gun from the back of her jeans. Her reflexes ready for any sign of movement. Her sneakers earned their title as she kept low, moving in total silence through the kitchen and the living room. Her mind was singularity focused on the garage, on Billy, on freedom. Just as she glimpsed it all in the form of the garage door, Burr appeared from the hallway behind her. The killer caught Sarah by the uninjured shoulder. Uh-oh. I think we're done I think this is the last. This is either the last or second to last chapter that we're just rolling into. Still, that dragged me to hell. Did a fantastic job with the PG-13 rating. Yeah, I'll give you that. I just couldn't stand how stupid the main character was. Like, that's the thing that pissed me off about it. I was like, come on. Like, some of the things that she did. And then she killed the kitten. So I was like, well, I don't care what happens to you now. I was like, good job with me not caring about the movie or the main character now movie. Try to come up with a CGI ghoulie to represent an indescribable elvish horror out of Lovecraft. One Missed Call. I think I've seen One Missed Call. I like the original. I know it's been a while. They're also old movies that are the Maltese Falcon. Oh, Bela Lugosi's Dracula. Bela Lugosi. One Missed Call should have gotten the same treatment as The Ring, where they made changes, but it's still faithful to the original Japanese version. Well, The Ring had the original director directing the American version, so they really had more. Wait, was it? No, I'm sorry, that was The Grudge. I was thinking of The Grudge. The Grudge had the original Japanese director, but I think anyway, the people who did The Ring were like very like protective fans of the original, so I can see why they did a decent job with that one. Quite a few people I know really appreciated the 2000s remake of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I don't remember which one. Was that the one with the... Oh, Adam beat me to it, the Jessica Biel one. Yeah, I remember that one being pretty good. I liked it. Everything about the remake of One Missed Call seemed laziness, and who gives a shit. Yeah, I hate when... Yeah. It was directed by the DP from the original. See, it's always nice if they're gonna do remakes or reimagining or whatever. It's nice when they have somebody from the original team to be kind of like a part of it, to keep them from going like too crazy. When you don't have any insight of the people who are like the creators, or anybody who cares or actually cares about the source material, you're gonna get movies like the Resident Evil series that we got. I like where the US version of the Ringu took the story. It just feels a bit too slow at times, especially in comparison to the quicker pace. Oh yeah, I can understand that. All right, chapter 21. Pain producing the high scream that fear no longer could. Sarah raised the gun in her good hand and fired on instinct. The bullet whizzed through a wall. Sarah's weapon was soon knocked uselessly from her hand. It slid across the hallway floor, splashed into the puddle of blood oozing around Jill's body, then lay still. The fire of Burr's powerful grip and the existing stab wound forced Sarah to drop the gas can. Though she sobbed with relief to see that the can had at least landed upright, that relief was short-lived. Twisting into Burr's grip, Sarah managed to catch with both hands the burly forearm, raised the knife in preparation for a stab. Sarah clenched her teeth at the exertion required to brace herself against the force of his arm. Even with both of hers pushing it away, even with the recent injury to his nose and the bullet wound that should have worked together to stagger him at least a little, Burr's strength was truly inhuman. In fact, Sarah had to wonder if the adrenaline from the injury she caused him hadn't just increased his strength. They certainly made him look more horrible. Using both her good arm and her wounded arm to keep him at bay for as long as she could, Sarah stared into the face of the mask. Blood poured from Burr's broken nose and glistened down the happy mouth of the clown. Smack the broken nose, Sarah! The fluid had repainted its grimace with the same shining crimson that gave fresh life to Burr's red boiler suit. As if the mask, this terrible demon, had vomited the blood that vomited the blood of the lives it had taken. That's kind of cool. But it wasn't the mask or a demon. It was Burr. It was his injury. Sarah released his arm to punch him in that injury as hard as she possibly could. Good job. The incredible thing wasn't the risk Sarah took in releasing her grip of the killer's powerful arm to do this. It wasn't the feel of his blood, the additional crack of his bone beneath the mask, or the way he stumbled back. It was the noise Burr made. Just one short one. Barely a grunt. Yet, after all the screaming which he'd filled the house, after all the suffering and horror and trauma he'd brought into Sarah's life, that grunt was more than satisfying than anything she could have ever experienced. She even smiled as she turned around to snatch up the gas can. Fueling the car was going to be an issue, but maybe if she got the can started, supported it somehow, then locked herself in the car. Well, first she had to get to the garage. She was within 4 steps of it when a new burst of pain erupted in the back of her head. The babysitter ripped around to discover with a cry that Burr had grabbed hold of her ponytail. With one hand, he dragged Sarah towards him. With the other hand, Burr lifted the knife to slit her throat. Sarah's scream was so sharp that it almost concealed the sound of the gun's first discharge, but it didn't obscure the second. I thought so. I was like, I think Jill's still alive and she's going to grab the gun. That's what I thought was going to happen. Burr lurched forward, then back. His hand went limp around its grip of Sarah's hair. At long last, the killer's heavy body landed in the center of the hallway floor and seemed to shake the house upon its foundation while coming to a rest. Wide-eyed, Sarah whirled around as the gun tumbled from Jill's blood-soaked hand. Jill! Gasping, Sarah rushed to her friend. Jill's head dropped back into the pool of blood before she made it over. Her consciousness slipped in and out even as Sarah turned her upon her back. Leave me. It was the one phrase Jill said over and over. Sarah tried, thank you. And Jill said, leave me. Thank you. Oh God, Jill, leave me. Jill. Sarah's tear-filled eyes lifted towards the garage. There's still 2 bullets left. Why don't you grab that gun and put 2 in his fucking head? God. Toward the garage, Jill turned her limp head to the side, tried to shake it back the other way, and then let it drop on its own weight. Promise you'll leave me, she wheezed. But Sarah, she couldn't let her friend die alone. With Burr on the hallway floor, she remained kneeling there to hold her friend's hand. Okay, whispered Sarah, then I'll leave you. It's okay for you to die now, Jill. I'm going to be okay. I'll leave you behind. It'll be okay. You bitch. In the corner of her eye, Burr's body twitched. Sarah swore her tears reddened with anger. Unaware of all this, Jill smiled and shut her faded eyes. After touching her friend's wet cheek, Sarah rose unsteadily to her feet. Sprawled in the hallway, bleeding from several bullet wounds in addition to his broken nose, Burr nonetheless reached for his knife. At the same time, Sarah removed the axe from its sling across her back. Oh, shit! Sarah didn't even stop to think about it. As she rushed up, the crimson blade of the hatchet raised above her head, the only thing Sarah thought about was Jill. Jill, now verifiably dead in the middle of the hallway. Jill, her friend, an innocent teenager, dead forever, and Nicholas Burr, somehow still alive. Teeth bared, Sarah screamed in fury, a noise like a snarl as she brought the axe down to bear against the killer's back. As with the gun, the ease of the motion was not the shock, it was the physical result of it. That was a horrific surprise. When the axe's sharp red head hacked down onto Burr's flesh, the impact rattled through Sarah's arm. She felt herself chopping into a man like firewood. An evil, sadistic, soulless man, but a man nonetheless. A human. Yes, Sarah felt herself hacking up a human with an axe, and she enjoyed it so much that she did it again. Another, altogether different kind of force that required to yank the axe out of Burr's back muscles, especially with a wounded arm holding her back. Sarah planted a foot on the murderer's neck to brace him down onto the floor while she tore the weapon free of his body. The blade jerked free of the gaping wound with a wet vacuum slurp. This time, when Sarah brought the hatchet down, the twitching body beneath her foot tremored. When this tremor passed, Bill laid still. Or Bill. I keep wanting to say Bill. Burr laid still. Teeth bared, Sarah popped the axe head out of Burr's meat. Ew. And after cleaving it down on his back muscles one last time, she left it there. Coated almost head to toe in blood. Hers, her friends, the killer's. Sarah limped away from the body. She picked up the gas can on her way to the garage. Sarah didn't pause. She didn't think about Jill. She had totally forgotten that Jack existed. Jeez. She hit the garage door button, and while it ground open, Sarah popped open the driver's side of the car to release the fuel door. Billy sprang upright from his hiding place in the back seat. While he boggled at the scarlet side of her, he clung to the front seat, pressed himself to the window, and following her motions around the car. All the time he begged to know, "Are you okay? Where's Jill? You're covered in blood. Is that a bandage? Where's the boogeyman? Get back under the tarp, Billy." Oh, get back under the tarp, Billy, Sarah said calmly, but don't argue with me. Between her stern but somehow listless tone and her head-to-toe coating of blood, Billy seemed to decide it was, in fact, better not to argue with this babysitter. While he laid right back down and pulled the tarp over himself, Sarah tipped the can a bit higher. Something thumped in the house. She didn't even care. She kept filling the tank. By the time the can was empty, Burr had dragged himself to the garage door. With some struggle, he pulled himself upright against the frame. The hatchet remained lodged in his bleeding back. Between that and the clown mask, he looked like a man wearing a bizarre novelty costume. Sarah removed the gas can from the vehicle and hurled it. The can spewed its odorous fluid across the garage and Burr's red figure. While he wavered back from it, she got into the driver's side of the car, took the keys from the driver's side visor, and twisted the ignition. That's so weird that was something people did back then. Just leave their keys up in the driver's side visor. This time, the car started. The engine roared to life with Sarah's joy. "Your dad sure is good at fixing stuff, Billy," she said idly, shifting the car into reverse amid the sudden clamor of the radio. She rolled out of the garage before Burr had even set foot into it. "Uh-huh," agreed Billy softly, already muted by the tarp and his fear. Billy's answer was left almost inaudible beneath the blaring voice of the DJ. The radio host had been mid-announcement when the car turned on. Sarah grew aware of his words only after a few seconds. "But you don't want to listen." Oh, sorry, I gotta do my DJ voice. Oh, wait. I like that song. But it has words, and But if you don't want to listen to horror stories or breaking news or any of that jazz, baby, you tune into us here at KBBS to escape. Despite herself, Sarah laughed. She looked over her good shoulder while she cruised back onto the street and then put the car into forward gear. "Let's lighten the mood with a couple of hits, shall we? Starting with this week's #1 song on the Billboard chart. Let's hear it for Who Can It Be Now by Men at Work." I actually kind of like that song. Who can it be now? Do, 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 do. She twisted the volume up a little. At the end of the block, Sarah turned the car into the driveway of a house on the corner. "Do you like Men at Work, Billy?" "Not really," said the boy, raising his voice over the funky music. "Can I sit up?" "One more second." In the distance, a towering figure stumbled down the Johnson's driveway and stood at its center. Sarah pulled a neat three-point turn out of the driveway. She backed the car up a few more feet before putting it into forward gear. "I don't super like them either. But you know who I've been getting into the past couple of days? Fleetwood Mac. You should check them out." She hit the gas in the car, built speed immediately. By the time the headlights flooded his red figure, Nicholas Burr had turned to run, axe still protruding from his back, across the grass of the lawn. Sarah mounted the curb and soon thrilled at the speed bump thump of his body falling beneath the bumper. Somehow she resisted the urge to back up and do it again. The temptation was very serious. "Okay," Sarah said, twisting the steering wheel to roll back onto the street. Now you can sit up. Sighing in relief, Billy shoved the tarp away while asking of the bump, "What was that?" "So just some kind of pothole. Say, no chance you remember the number of Frank's Bistro, do you?" "No," said the boy. Sarah laughed, overjoyed to produce a noise that wasn't a scream, then glanced up in focused curiosity as something caught her eye. Flashing red and blue lights careened between the distant houses and stopped up on the corner. "Well," Sarah pulled over to flag down the long overdue cops. "Then I guess we're going to be in for a real surprise when they get home." I thought that was the end of it, but there's still one more chapter. Learning that Tarantino wanted to cast himself as Brad Pitt's part in Glorious Bastard so you could say this is my masterpiece before this. I didn't really care for Inglourious Basterds. Wait, is that the one that I'm thinking of? Yeah, that it was okay, I guess. I'm not a big Tarantino fan. There's a couple movies of his I do like, but I don't go to the movies because it's one of his. Texas Chainsaw. Didn't like The Hateful Eight. I haven't seen it. I don't care for any characters in the ensemble. Oh yeah, I can understand. It's kind of hard to enjoy a movie if you don't like any of the people in it, or the characters. It's really hard to get into a movie if you hate all the characters. That's one of the reasons I hated the trend from, like, what was it, like 2000, like early 2000 to just, God, like late, like maybe like 2012 maybe, because they were doing this thing where every single character in horror movies were just so fucking unlikable. And I think the trend, I think I've said it before, but I think the trend was like, it wasn't every horror movie, but it seemed to be like a lot of them. And I think Eli Roth kind of didn't help with his movies, because all of his characters were always so goddamn unlikable. He fought to be cast as Brad Pitt's part. Yeah, wasn't that his movie and he had to fight to be cast? That's weird. He's only good at playing weird creeps. Yeah. You play what you know, man. I actually remember being surprised by Leonardo DiCaprio in Django. Yeah, he was really good in that. He made me real nervous at that parts. And no, I don't like historical fantasy rewrites really either. Yeah, I like DiCaprio. I'd still give him a set at his the age range of the people that he dates, but it's fine by me. I'm like, it's creepy. It's creepy by me, but again, adults, I suppose, but it's a little weird. Ooh. But it is kind of funny. It's like he's incredibly wealthy, incredibly famous. So again, he can get away with that type of stuff. But you see, like, these big old dorks, these people that just hate everything and everyone, thinking that they can play by the same thing. Oh no, I'm okay with age differences. I am. It's just, it's kind of it's because of, like, the power imbalances is what kind of gets me. I have no problem with age differences. It's the power balance always kind of worries me. But he's never been Me Too'd, so he must be, or I haven't heard anything. I kind of assume that would be like a really big thing. Like, I haven't heard any of the previous dates saying that he was abusive or saying that he did stuff that made them uncomfortable, so he must be a gentleman about it. So again, it's not my place, because it's not. I'm out of the running at this point. So There's a difference between dating a younger person and dumping every girl who hits 20. I thought it was 25. Damn. If it was 21, then woo. Some horror movies, I feel, can have characters that are despicable and they can work. The Saw movies and the Devil's... Oh, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. You think it's 26? Yeah. Yeah, it's not so much the age, it's the power imbalance that kind of worries me, because younger ladies have, well, not this newer generation. This newer generation, I think they'll be just fine. Get out porn. Made Kill Bill 2 well. Almost suspicious. But yeah, like until I'll have more of an issue with it if there's like a bunch of people that come out and say, "Oh no, he was terrible." But yeah. But no, sorry if I don't always explain things very well, and that's probably why I kind of stay away from people in general, just because I have the worst explaining tools. So I'll say something and people will be like, "Wow, you mean this?" I was like, no, I'm sorry. Let me elaborate. I swear this isn't me walking back. This is me. This is me trying to further explain. But 21. That is, or 23. Ooh, yeah, that is a little young. But then again, I'm the type of person that thinks like people below the age of 25 are kids. Like I look at them, I was like, "Oh, you guys are so," like as if I'm like that much super older. But it's just the way I've always thought. I was like, even as a teenager, I'm like, "Oh, you guys are all kids. I'm gonna go play video games now." Devil Rejects works because while the characters are awful people, you still like them because they do act like an actual family and they're a ton of fun to watch. I don't like anyone Devil's Rejects, which says a lot more about being able to appreciate. I really don't remember either film because I only watched them once and they were one and dones for me. Rob Zombie is gone. Bad people doesn't equal bad characters. Yeah. That is a very good way of putting it. Characters can be bags of shit, but they're still great characters. One of the best examples, it's so funny that you talk about bad people don't equal bad characters. It's so, because again, I think I've mentioned this before, but there's a character in 3 Billboards that I think is a phenomenal example of character development in such a short amount of time. Because he went from being this sniveling little character, I forgot the character's name, but he was like a little asshole. I think he was a cop. He went from being like the person I was like, I do not fucking care about this character, to me like literally cheering him on towards the end. I was like, yeah, fuck yeah. It was so well written. It was so well done. Kind of bummed me out that it didn't have a satisfying ending, but I can kind of understand not every movie is going to have a satisfying ending. It just kind of leaves you on a cliffhanger. But that was a great movie. Alright, I think this is the final chapter, guys. Final chapter. Turned out that the cops weren't responding to Sarah's screams at all. As Lieutenant Breaker described it, while she sat on the edge of the ambulance to receive on-site medical attention, the old lady who lives at the house here called us in a fury. Said a news van was parked... Oh, wait, maybe... What's a cop accent? I don't know a cop accent in. I'll just do like a drawl or something like that. The old lady who lives down at the house here called us in a fury. Said the news van was parked in her oleanders. Demanded we make her move it. What? That's what this fucking cop responded to? I'm sorry, I'm just blown away by that. Films like Cabin Fever, I Know What You Did Last Summer, Hostel, I Spit on Your Grave, such despicable characters that are horribly written and are idiots to boot. Yeah. An Arlie Ermy accent? Who is that? What Arlie Ermy? For life of me, I don't... Is that a character or is that an actor? And if it's an actor, is it... Who did he play? So I can try to have some... Sarah stared him down, her eyes like daggers. My friends died. Literally died. I was stabbed in the shoulder. I ran around that house screaming for I don't even know how long. I threw myself out a window, and you didn't get one single report, you bitch! Full Metal Jacket. Oh, Jesus, I can't do that. I tried to do... Remember when I tried to do a, the wrestler? What was his name? And I couldn't get past his... Ooh. That's the drill sergeant, though. I don't know how he was able to do that, man. Just scream, scream, scream. Yes, okay. I can't believe I forgot his name. Breaker spread his hands in a gesture that was useless as it was infuriating. People had a bad habit of assuming that somebody else is in art. I can't do it. I don't yell. I'm... The cop in Texas Chainsaw Massacre in 7. Oh, God. I regret asking what a cop was. Ermy was more of a god than Rob Zombie. Oh, I'm sure he's up there yelling at all the yelling at all the gods or whatever. People have a bad habit of assuming that somebody else is already calling the police in the case of emergency like this. They let other folks deal with it. Now, whose them other folks are, I don't know. It was amazing Sarah still had the capacity for anger. She was burned out from all the fighting and running, anxious about an imminent tetanus shot, and woozy from her blood loss, and the frustration still overwhelmed her at the uselessness of anyone to help her. While she stewed with that. Well, you already knew that. She knew that. You can see him yelling at the dead. Oh, yeah. I loved The Frighteners. That was one of my favorite movies as a kid. If it's so important, why is it dead? Hey, Paul Rubens died recently. Have some respect. I don't think I can do a Pee Wee Herman voice either. I don't know why I thought I could try. That's something I would have to practice. While she stewed about offering a response, Breaker threw her out of her thoughts by touching her unwounded hand. You did a very brave thing, Sarah, and if you were my daughter, I'd be very proud of you. I don't know why I suddenly went into that, too. The heavens need entertainment, too, damn it! About 12 yards away, blanket-wrapped Billy sat in the driver's seat of a police car as a special treat while an officer gingerly interviewed him about that night. Ignoring Breaker's well-meant praise, Sarah said, I just hope this really doesn't scar Billy for the rest of his life. It sounds to me like you did your best to keep him from being exposed to anything that I'm just all over the place with my accent with this dude. Best to keep him from being exposed to anything happening in the house tonight. And well, you saved his life, Sarah. The girl still said nothing, and Breaker continued. I know it doesn't look or feel like much when your friends died tonight, but trust me when I say it means everything. You're a hero. If I hadn't called my friends over, they'd still be alive. Now it was Breaker's turn to be left speechless. What could he say? She was right! Damn! With an empathetic frown, the cop patted her hand one more time, then glanced away. A police car had rolled up the street from the increasingly busy Johnson house. It sounds to me like if you hadn't called your friends over, you'd be dead. Billy, too. Excuse me for a few minutes, Sarah. I'm sorry. While Breaker ducked away, another car careened around the corner and came to a sharp stop across the street. Billy perked in the middle of his conversation and threw the blanket away. Linda and Mark stepped out from the familiar car. Mom! Dad! Sarah inhaled while Billy dashed into his father's arms. As the boy babbled to them, Sarah tightened her own blanket around herself and looked hopefully at the paramedic. Upon the kind woman's nod, Sarah hurried after the boy. And then Sarah made me hide in this little door. And did you know there was a little door under our stairs? Sarah, said Linda, the name The name a gasp as she crossed around the car. At first, the elegant woman extended her arms to embrace the girl. She thought better of it when she noted with a look of revulsion the mostly dried blood that had inundated the teenager's outfit. Instead, folding her hands over her heart, Linda stopped beside her husband and son. "Oh, Sarah, the police told us everything when they called us at the bistro." "We can't thank you enough," said Mark, his hand on the back of his son's head. "I can't believe you had to go through all that. You were very brave." Brave! Mark was the second person to call her that, so far. Sarah already hated it. She didn't like the thought of being a hero. She had stuck an axe in a man's back and felt the impact rattle along the muscles of her weakened arms. She had enjoyed it, a fact she had already decided to never relay to anyone. No matter the context, that had engendered the feeling. The last thing Sarah wanted was to be applauded. Maybe this is why Jill's father had become a long-haired hippie after coming back from Vietnam. And even worse than applauding her act of violence was what Johnson had said without realizing. "The police told us everything. I can't believe you had to go through all that." As if they could know what everything, all of that even was. As if anyone could ever understand. If the Johnsons hadn't gone on that date that night, all three of them would have died. While the family embraced before her eyes, Sarah knew that fact with absolute certainty. Well, they did have guns in the house, and it seems like the dad knew how to use them. I don't know. "So," began Sarah. Mark and Linda both smiled up at her, parental gratitude shining from their faces. She stared back at them hard in the eyes, one at a time, settling on Mark, and said, "About my payment?" Oh, yes, of course." With a slight cough and a glance, Mark passed the clinging boy to his wife and removed his wallet from his trousers. "It was, how much again?" Sarah wondered how much blood still coated her face. Mysteriously, Mark remembered without her having to answer him. "Oh, yes, that's right. I remember now. Here." As Mark thumbed through the thick collection of bills in his wallet, Sarah reminded him, "And last time, too." "Of course," said Linda in a forced tone of chipper agreement. "Yes, of course. So sorry we forgot." "I just can't believe we're so airheaded," agreed Mark, doubling the fee for the night. "And you know, here, let me throw in a little extra. We owe you so much after all." Sarah inhaled with relief as he stacked the bills in her hand. They seemed to weigh about as much as a motorcycle. She counted them right then and there to be sure. Satisfied, she put the money away. "Thanks, guys," she said, glancing towards the cluster of cops in the corner. Most of them watched her, waiting for her to finish the conversation, especially the lieutenant. Breaker cupped his hands around his mouth to call, "Sarah!" "I should go. Bitches." While she turned away, Billy called, "Wait!" The boy tore out of his parents' clutches and dashed to hug her around the waist. Sarah grimaced. He gripped her bandaged cut from the glass of the bottom window, but it didn't matter. Nothing mattered. The kid was alive. She knelt in the street to return Billy's embrace, holding him to her good shoulder, inhaling against the tears of joy that had threatened her carefully maintained countenance. They had made it. "Thank you, Sarah," whispered Billy. "I love you. You're the coolest, best babysitter ever. I'm sorry I called you a scaredy cat." "Oh, it's okay, little dude. I love you too." With a ruffle of his hair, she stood. Sarah's first genuine smile in what felt like an eternity was produced for Billy. "I'll see you around, okay?" Nodding rapidly, the boy dashed back to his waiting parents. Sarah waved at them before returning to Breaker's side of the street. The lieutenant's voice was low as he guided Sarah toward his cruiser to talk in semi-private. "Well, I'm afraid I have some bad news, but it won't come as a surprise. We confirmed your friend's death. I'm so very sorry." Sarah nodded. Jack had been obvious, but Jill had clung to life for so long, so tenaciously. Sarah had nursed a sliver of hope for Jill's possible survival. Me too. I thought for sure that she was gonna die. You guys want? Oh, yeah. Look at you guys go. Rob won't die. He'll just finally expire like telling me. Wait, where did I go? Oh, yeah. Realistically, Sarah had accepted it was an impossibility from the moment she set eyes on her friend's prone body across the Johnsons' bedspread, but the human spirit is nothing if not prone to futile dreams. Even if Sarah still had the strength left that night to feel sorrow, Breaker's next words would have interrupted any such internal rumination. Now, where'd you say Burr's body was again? The visceral reaction this question produced within Sarah's body was one related not just to her stomach, but to all of her internal organs. Her liver, her kidneys, her lungs, and heart. They all seized up along with that often cited sack of bile. Sarah glanced reflectively up the street, then back at Breaker's face. Right there in the middle of the yard. You can't miss him. Well, apparently we did. What do you mean? I mean, by the time backup responded to the crime scene at the Johnson's house, Burr's body was gone. My guys were searching the property right now. It's possible that he dragged himself somewhere to hide, but the words bursting from her in a rage, Sarah demanded, after I shot him, after my friend shot him, after I hit him with an axe and a car, he's still out there? He just got up and walked away? I call bullshit. Yeah, that's the one thing I kind of didn't like about the Halloween franchise. I was like, okay, Michael Myers could survive all this, but he's just a regular dude. I'm like, alright. I was like, at least Jason and Freddy had the excuse of being zombies and dream zombies? I'm not sure exactly what... Wait, when it... Well, no, he's an incubus? Wait, I was like, wait, no, that's not what he is. Well, after all the hell you gave him, I'm pretty surprised he just got up and walked, or I'd be pretty surprised if he got up and walked, but while the lieutenant trailed off helplessly, Sarah wondered if anger like this was the cause of the phenomenon known as spontaneous human combustion. God, I remember being scared of that happening when I was really little until my dad had to explain what it more than likely was, or what it actually was. Was it possible to burst into flames from pure anger? Sarah wondered numbly about that, but she didn't have to wonder about Burr. Breaker may have thought it impossible for Burr to get up and walk into the night like any other man, but Breaker hadn't been through all the things Sarah had been through that night. He hadn't seen what Burr was capable of. He hadn't seen, experienced, felt what it was like to be in the house with that horrific mass killer. Breaker had to see Burr drag himself to his feet while Jill died in a pool of her own blood. What are you going to do? Sarah waved her hands off into the darkness and struggled to keep her voice low with respect to the Johnsons. The couple talked nearby to a pair of officers, presumably about hotel arrangements, while their house remained an active crime scene. An eavesdropper until the end, Billy glanced toward her at the sharp pitch of her voice. Trying to contain herself, eyes glowing with the fury that seeped from her every pore, the blood-soaked babysitter continued in a hiss. Blood-soaked babysitter sounds like a band name, too. He was... Michael Myers wasn't just any regular guy. What are you talking about, my good fellow? He was pure evil. Evil never dies. A dream demon? Yeah, I guess that would probably be more. Freddy was given demonic powers, that's right. Who happens to be functionally immortal. Yeah, don't I know it? Let's see here. Shoot, I got lost again. Trying to contain herself, eyes glowing with fury from every pore. Oh yeah, from her every pore, the blood-soaked babysitter continued in a hiss. You can't just let him run free out there. Look what he's done to Jill, to Jack. Look at the town. You guys have to stop him. What are you waiting for, you dumb bitches? Now, said Breaker, the compassion of his tone crossing the line from comforting to condescending. How about you just let us worry about that, Sarah? I know you've had a long night. Turning away, Breaker waved a hand towards the paramedics who gossiped against the back of their ambulance. While they arrived to help Sarah back into the back of the emergency vehicle, the lieutenant assured her warmly, for now, why don't you go ahead and take you to the hospital. Get your injuries looked at a little more closely. You'll be safe there. As the paramedics guided her into the ambulance, Sarah wasn't sure she'd be safe anywhere. Not anymore. God damn it. That's how it ends. I keep forgetting how puppet combo games tend to just end without any real, like, satisfying ending. But then again, like you guys said, it was based off of or it was originally supposed to be Halloween before they got busted. Still, though. Still. Can you control F and see how many times the word betch appears in the story? Well, some of them I added. I just think it's really funny that I added them in some places, and it makes me wonder if I hadn't pointed it out. If you guys would ever say or ever notice that she didn't say bitch every time. I added some of those because I thought it was funny. Freddy was given demonic powers, but weirdly squiggly, floaty, nightmare sperm. Oh god, I forgot about that. Freddy's dead, yeah. I think that's why Halloween Ends tried to have someone else become the boogeyman of Haddonfield, basically saying evil never does, it just changes shape. You know what? I haven't seen Halloween Ends yet. I heard a lot of mixed things about it, like whether or not it was good. I mean, it's subjective if you like a movie or not. Like some people really love some movies while others hate the shit out of it. In 3D, the old kind. You saw it in 3D, the old like the different colored, like the blue and the red. That's pretty funny. If they had tried establishing that sooner, too little, too late. Yeah, I can kind of see. Actually, I think I sure do. Well, actually, no, I don't want to touch those ones because those ones are collectors. Hold on 2 seconds. Whew. All right. Whew. Yeah. Ooh. I don't know how this didn't give people headaches back in the day. Look, it's all cattywampus. Look, I'm Zeke from ooh, this looks really Zeke from Zombies Ate My Neighbors. Never gonna bother with Halloween Ends, so clearly an idea for a final film that got stretched out way too far. That's kind of weird that the entire movie wasn't in 3D. It was just that tiny little bit. But then again, I cannot imagine watching a whole ass movie with this. Apparently I wasn't missing anything, but still I've seen all the Freddy movies. I have like a special edition box set of that and of Friday 13th. Oh, hold on. This is a lyrical. Okay, so it's only been about 3.5 hours. If you guys want to stick around, I can read like a creepypasta or something because I don't think I can get through. I don't know why it keeps. I don't know if I can get through like a whole ass like book like Goosebumps or something like that, but that'll definitely be one that I get because I bought a couple of the Goosebumps books. Yeah, I got a couple of them. And I have Nun Massacre, but that would be one I would wait until the next one. Just tell Jen stories. I think I told all the stories I can think of at the moment. The Sleepover Massacre, Tastes Like Candy. Oh, these are ones that I clown in a cornfield. Man, I did not realize I favored all of this. I was like, let's read all these. Don't get me wrong, Halloween Ends has its problems, but its concept of having someone taking Michael's place was actually an idea that fits. It's a good idea. It's just too bad that they didn't have that idea beforehand. I'm trying to think if anything of give us some behind the scenes info. I have the Reaper band set up, the animatronic. That was kind of difficult. And when I was setting them up, and I mentioned it in the video, I probably should just wait until, but I don't know if you guys are big, like, animatronic fans or have items that need the back with batteries, but I cannot stand it, and I don't know why they still do it in some aspects when, I'm referring to, like, the little backs of the battery packs that have that little hook you have to press down and pull out. Sometimes they'll add a goddamn screw into it, and I don't understand why they do that when just the thing is just fine. It'll close, it'll snap close. The problem with it is those screws are so crappy and they're so easily stripped that 99% of the time I have to break the hatch, which kind of defeats the purpose of having a battery hatch. And I ended up having to do that with one of the Reapers. But I can actually, it might be a little too dark for you guys to see. Here, let me get to my shit. Well, I probably should be able to see when I show you. Here, I can give you guys a little. Whoop. Hold on, everybody. Grab onto something. But yeah. There's right behind me is the drummer. And they're a lot bigger than I was expecting them to be. So he's in here, but the guitarist is in my living room. Oh, hold on. Everybody hold on to something. Don't fall. I'm sorry for the motion sickness prone people in my group. All right. Whew. All right. Is everybody okay? Everybody all right? I know I haven't seen the movie, but it feels to me like the whole idea for the evil of Haddonfield changing shape seems like a past script idea that was dug up and thrown at. Probably. And I finished the script of Spirit Halloween. You know, I wanted so badly for that movie just to be a fun, self-aware, like, kids movie. A la, like, the Goosebumps movie. Like, the Goosebumps movie was surprisingly good. Like, the Goosebumps movie, I went in with, like, kind of like, it's probably just gonna be, like, an okay written, kind of campy, blah. I don't know if I'll really enjoy it. But, man, I ended up really enjoying that. And that's what, I guess I expected a little too much from a movie based off of a pop-up holiday store. But not what I got. And I don't want to get too much into it because it's all the stuff that I'm gonna film tomorrow morning probably. Hello, Paul. I heard Spirit Hall. Yeah, it's not only it's one of, unless you watch it and know, like, the tropes and the cliches of like kids TV, or not TV, kids movies from, like, let's say the 90s, you know, like problems with step parents, problems adjusting to new towns, like sibling rivalry, like all this shit it's like the most cliche bullshit. Like, everything is thrown into it, but it goes nowhere. Like, they set up all these plots and then never knock them down. So by the end of the movie, they're like, well, wait, what the fuck is with this one? And I think the problem with it is because they have, like, 3 different celebrities in the movie. I was like, you guys probably could have hired somebody who knew how to fucking write a script instead of hiring 3 known actors to be in your movie and just be cameos. Like, it's crazy. The old Spyro the Dragon games gave you motion sickness. That's crazy. I love those ones. So yeah, I was kind of pissed off because I was like, look, I knew it wasn't going to be a brilliantly written, but I thought it was going to be at least fun or very self-aware or drew attention to how ridiculous a Spirit Halloween movie was. I never bother with the Goosebumps movie because A, I was never a fan of the books, and B, Jack Black. Well, Jack Black really reins it in. He's not like super like Jack Blackie in that movie. Here's the other movies in that list of the worst. Oh god. He plays R.L. Stein, like a fictional version of R.L. Stein. It was cute. I liked it. Shouldn't stop you from the second Goosebumps. Oh, I forgot they made a sequel. I need to watch that then. Ugh, of course they suggest that stupid... Oh! Oh, they released that book. There's a book called Stolen Tongues that was originally a Reddit horror story. And I remember enjoying it a lot, but I really hope somebody went through it and edited it and it's not just a copy and paste from the Reddit, because there were some plot points that didn't make sense. I wonder how a parody called Soylent Hill... Certainly. House of the Dead, Alone in the Dark, Jack and Jill, epic movie, Bucky Larson, Born to be a Star, and that's just a few. House of the Dead, I stopped watching. Alone in the Dark, I also stopped watching. I've never seen Jack and Jill. I don't know what epic movie is. I'm assuming that's one of those parody movies. Bucky Larson. Don't know what that is either. If you're naming like bad movies, I can talk about like I can't add low budget or indie horror films to the list, but some of the worst horror movies I've ever watched. Like one that always clocks in my head is The Haunting of Molly Hartley. I think that's what that movie was called. All right, calm down, music. Go back to quiet music. Or barking dogs. The original Spyro got me. It's just the very first one. You know what? I can kind of see it. The camera was a little wonky in the first, the first Spyro. Year of the Dragon was my favorite. I played through that one so much because they had the little penguin, the little penguin. Epic movie, pretty much any and every movie by Friedberg and Seltzer. Oh. That film was also on the list. Good, it fucking deserved to be there. That was one of those movies that I was like, all right, maybe it's gonna be a good twist. Maybe I was like, it's gotta be better than this. I was like, something has to happen. If I could be best friends with a movie character, the Iron Giant. Fuck yeah! Like he's like one of my if not my favorite movie character. I adore that character. Referencing other movies and pop culture memes is not comedy, and that's all they do. Yeah, I'm guilty in some aspects in that too, but it's usually me going like, this is what I thought it reminded me of. But yeah, I'm kind of guilty of that too. I'm learning though. I'm being less. You haven't seen Iron Giant? Oh, it's so sweet. You'll definitely like it, Adam. You'll definitely like it. But it's got one of my favorite sayings. It says you are who you choose to be. It's a very good message for little kids. Choose. You can choose to be evil and destroy the world, or you could be good. I saw parts of Iron Giant on TV, but I don't think I've seen the whole thing. Yeah, but you're actually witty and fun, so it works. I've had it. Oh, thank you, Palm. I've had it in my queue, but it keeps gets taken out. I wonder why it would do that. Like, that's happened to me also. So that's happened to me with Netflix, and it's happened to me with YouTube. Like, I was like, oh, maybe I can watch this later, and then go, hush, lady. I can go. Scary movie that parody films are dead now. It's because of Scary Movie that oh, yeah. Yeah, hold on. Let me see if I could find something to put on the background. Ooh. Can I, hold on. This might have a commercial. Let me mute it real quick. Oh, no, it didn't. There we go. Since it'll just be on the background, it's fine. It's one thing to make references in conversation, but make people say, hey, remember that in theater? Oh, yeah. Okay, I do see what you mean. Yeah, that's, ooh, ketchup. That's really annoying. Oh, jeez. I'd bring out the birds to have some entertainment going on for you guys, but they're sleeping. They're sleeping. When I went out, I forgot to switch out the that's why I was out a little bit more when I went to get the glasses. Oh yeah, my glasses. I forgot to switch the night light on for the itty bitty baby tortoise. Ooh, that little one has an attitude. Man, let me tell you. That little one, like he or she, I was like, it's probably gonna be sassy girl, but I'm just gonna say she and tell differently. She, the second she hears me moving around, she's out of her cave and she is by her food dish. She's like, where food? New food now. But she's also impatient. So this tiny itty bitty little thing, smaller than a golf ball, will start walking away or start digging under the food dish to try to knock it over. Her little ass will flip it and bury it if I'm not fast enough. She's a little jerk. And if she doesn't do that, she'll wander off and I'll put the food in, and when I go and grab her, she'll lurch forward. She's like, no, you had your chance. I was like, I'm trying to feed you. You just have to be patient with me because you're not the only one that eats greens and apples and other stuff. I give them to the birds too. Any Halloween candy you're looking forward to, or maybe just Halloween traditions in general? Well, I love giving out candy and stuff like that, but it doesn't seem as anybody trick-or-treats in this neighborhood, so I guess I'm just stuck waiting until I get like a townhome or just like a freestanding house, so I can actually hand out candy and do like a little haunted house thing. But Halloween candy, ooh, what was the last time? I haven't had, oh god, I haven't had like Halloween candy in a while, actually. Like, I used to love, my favorite candy back in the day, or I guess they're chocolate and count. I used to really love peanut M&Ms, and I liked Kit Kats, Snickers, and Reese's Cups. Like, those were all the ones that I was always excited to get. I told a friend the other night that you have a bird named Tippy, and she thought that was adorable. Her first question was if she had a swoosh in her feather atop. She sometimes gets depends on how ferociously she eats. I swear to God, these animals act like I starve them for days on end, but even though I give them fresh food and water every single morning. And they have access to them all day. And I replace the water twice a day because if one of them don't decide to take a bath in them, even though I have bird baths all over the place, they always go for the water dishes. If they're not doing that, they're throwing food in it they'll throw like the harder pebbles to soften up the like the harder stuff that they want to eat, but sometimes they'll just throw them in and then just forget they threw them in there, so they have like little soggy bits in there. You'll have to try Peanut Unreal. They're basically plant-based peanut M&Ms. Ooh, I wonder if the little market that I go to will have something like that. You know, I never bothered going to the candy aisle, but if that's the case, I'm gonna check it out. Yeah, Scary Movie was funny when I was like in middle school, like junior high, but I watched it a couple years ago, and I guess seeing it or watching it through the lens, I was like, I remember this being really funny. I was like, wow, like this is not at all. Oh, thank you, Adam. Please do. I only recently last year watched the second Scary Movie because the first one was that bad. The one I did watch, and I remember it being funny in parts where it was an actual joke or a sight gag. The one with Charlie Sheen in it. Like, I don't remember much about that movie. I only remember the parts that made me laugh, like when he heard the scream and he leaned out and it stopped, and then he'd go back and scream and he kept going back and forth and it would cut off every time until I think he fell. And then the one with the sheriff with the the growing brim of the hat. I remember those making me laugh. But I don't really remember too much else about that movie besides the only parts that made me laugh. Hot Shots. That wasn't I thought that was a Scary Movie. That was Hot Shots? Oh wow, then I'm way off base then if that wasn't. That's funny. Alright, then I guess I didn't find any Scary Movies funny. Airplane was better than Hot Shots. I liked Airplanes. I liked Top Secret. Was that what that movie was called? Top Secret? Airplane was better than Hot Shots. I liked Airplane. I liked Airplane 2. I loved when I'm forgetting his character's name, but he crashed a plane, and when he has the flashbacks, when he's going through like a PTSD flashback, they're older and older and older plane crashes, so it's like the Wright brothers crashing. Top Secret had Val Kilmer. Okay, I do remember that. I remember I watched that with my dad. I'm going to change plans. I'm going to watch The Haunting. No, you don't! See if it's bad as you say, Jenny. Oh! Your hour and a half of your life does not need to be tainted and taken up by that movie. Like, there are so many movies that I sat through that I was like, I could have done anything else. I could have started learning a new language or instrument or something, but no, I watched this. There's so many moments that are still referenced today. Oh yeah, Don't Call Me Shirley is my favorite one. I sure picked the wrong day to give up sniffing glue. I forgot about that line. That's a good one. Whew. All right. Full moon, harvest moon. Oh, apparently there's a harvest moon coming out. Oh, the new series/season. I'm not sure what counts, but if anybody likes the Castlevania series, the new animated series is supposed to be either coming out or is out. Whew. Shit has hit the fan. You guys are so funny. Stairs and a doorway. Creepypasta. Is there... This is these are podcasts. Where's the one? Oh man, I think this is the one that I read the other one and it kept. The one with Robert Francis. In the Hills of Schuyler. I'm still waiting for One Punch Man. I know the writers haven't seen their families in months. Or animators, yeah. Come on, Jenny. I've seen Jason Goes to Hell, Halloween 6, Halloween Resurrection. I can probably handle. You know, you'd think that, but at least Jason Goes to Hell and the Halloween movies have Jason, well, kind of. Jason and Michael Myers, kind of. Kind of. But at least those ones, in my opinion anyway, are fun bad. They're bad movies, but they're also kind of fun with how we're, especially Jason Goes to Hell. Jason Goes to Hell is something else. Like I'm pretty sure that the writers were trying to do a Freddy, was it Freddy? Like a Freddy movie? I cannot believe that they tried to add the most ridiculous lore they possibly could have. Because here's the thing. Even at the point from Jason Goes to Hell, there was already like this whole fan base that had like all these ideas that was like, oh, Jason's mom must have found the Necronomicon and resurrected Jason with that, and that's why he can't be killed, and da 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 da. But instead of going that route, even though they had the fucking Necronomicon in the goddamn movie, just as most is like a slap in the face. Oh no, Jason is actually a demon slug, and he has to be reborn. And to do that, he literally has to crawl up his sister's woohoo-ha to be reborn. And that's the best they came up with. Okay, here's the thing. I don't mind if they add like a kind of weird, like fantasy. What would that be called? Like fantasy, I guess, element to the Friday 13th series, because he gets brought back to life with lightning, and he's a zombie. Like at that point, it's like, sure, why not? Make him a zombie. He looked really cool in 7. And 8, I kind of liked the way he looked too, but 9, he looked ridiculous. Bubblehead Jason. But if you're gonna go like that route, make it the least stupid possible. And better yet, try to steer it into the Evil Dead universe. Because if you do that, then we can possibly have Freddy versus Jason versus Ash. Maybe not that from the comic books, because that comic book is not great. It's one of those movies, or one of those, not movies, one of those stories where they just bring people in for cameos for no freaking reason. I was like, there's no real reason why this person is here. There's no real reason these people needed to meet. It's just to get everybody from previous movies to show up and then and then get killed. And then Jason, in that comic, Jason wishes to be alive. Or like the Necronomicon brings him back to life, and for some reason he fucking looks like Nathan Explosion from Metalocalypse. Like, they don't show his face, but he's got like long flowing black hair. I was like, why did you guys do this? You have to crawl up your sister's hoo-ha to be reborn. Statement really made inside of Japan. I think he's joking about like the weird anime and like the weird hentai that they have over there sometimes. Well, at least you're not being forced to watch. Yeah, that is a very good point, Zach. That is a very good point. I would have rather just watched that weird shit for like, what was that, maybe 30 seconds on the screen than an assault for 30 minutes. It's a good point. But then you can't go back to that. People aren't gonna like Jason if they see him do that shit. Well, not non-terrible horror fans, I guess. Where the Dead Go to Die is pretty eye-rolling no matter what kind of drugs. Oh no, that movie is brilliant. It's a masterpiece. And if you say any different, then you just don't get it and you're fucking stupid. Stupid girl brain with a weird shaped head, which was the weirdest. It was the weird. I was like, I think my head looks amazing for a cone head. The voice he picked for the main character was so stupid. Well, here's the thing with that movie. And I've always tried to be nice because I don't know the guy who created it. Apparently he's kind of like a artsy, stuck-up asshole, but, you know, I wouldn't be... I'm not surprised he's like that. I've not met him. I cannot... Your head is amazing. Well, thank you. It's where I keep my brain. But his movie is not good, and it's really weird because he said in interviews that most of the imagery has no meaning behind it. Like, he just thought it looked cool. And then I had these people come into my comment section of that movie and like if like I don't know, they would come into my comment section and be like you don't understand, you didn't even mention this A, B, and C, blah blah. And a lot of the times I would just send them a link to the interview that I read, but after a while I was like, God, I don't care, and I turned the comments off for a while, and then I was like, wait, what? Why am I losing traffic to this video because some idiots can't fathom the idea that maybe the movie that they like, which is kind of weird that they like the type of movie, considering what the subject matter is. It was supposed to be a comedy. Yeah, see, he said it was a comedy to him. It's, oh, hi Keanu. I'm sorry if you haven't been, or if you've been here in a while and I missed you. I'm very sorry if I missed you. I have seen Xavier Renegade Angel. It is... I couldn't figure it out. Seems a lot like I Spit on Your Grave, where they just show... Yeah, that is kind of how I felt about the movie. But again, I was always nice to the person, like his fans, or let's be real here, his male fans, because the very few female or lady fans that came into the comments were always very, very kind, very respectful, but no, not dude fans for some reason. I was like, Jesus, guys, lighten up and have some fun. I was like, I blasted a new asshole in all 3 of the Scarecrow movies, but I loved the first 2, and I even had, I think I told you guys, the writer and the guy who played or did the stunts for the first 2 are in the comments talking about it. But yeah, the writer was fucking cool. He was very, very like down to earth about it, which is good. I was like, because I swear, I was like, it's done in with all the love in my heart. It's one of those movies that you sit down and you watch with friends. Hey, it's fine. I'm not going on like a tirade as like, God damn, men. It's just a pattern that I noticed. But you guys are cool. You guys seem cool. You guys are a good example of not all the men are jerky jerks. Those are some of my favorite reviews of yours. Oh, thank you. Those are some of my favorite to both watch the movies and record. It was a lot of fun. There are some movies that, goddamn, like, again, with the Spirit Halloween movie, I think I need to watch it one more time just to make sure I didn't miss anything. I'm debating on if I'm just gonna not do that, because usually I watch movies twice, and sometimes I'm 100% fine with that. Like the Scarecrow movies, with the exception of maybe the third one, I was kind of like, I don't want to watch this a second time. But School's Out, that's another one of those movies that I was like, this movie sucks, but it's fun to watch, and it's ridiculous and kind of dumb. And I was like, I hate the main character. And then you get movies like Spirit Halloween and the Pet Sematary remake, and oh my god, I really should write down things to bring up. Guys, or maybe it's already out. They're making another Pet Sematary movie, and apparently it's supposed to take place when Judd was young, and it's deceptive because I was like, the trailers actually make it look like I would want to watch it because I was always interested in Judd's like his stories. We got snippets of his childhood stories, and I was like, that's fascinating. I would like to hear more. But I'm worried because the trailers for the remake of Pet Sematary made it look promising also. And then I watched the movie and realized what they left out and what they put in instead. And I was just like, what the... If not for those videos, I never would have found your channel. Well, that's worth it to me then. Like I said, the comments don't hurt my feelings. I just look at them in like sheer bewilderment. Like it blows my mind the stuff people will say to people they don't know. Like it's crazy. And some of them just make me laugh. I was like, dude, I don't think I was like, you are not as smart as you think you are. And I even had one person tell me that I didn't understand child abuse, or I clearly never had gone through traumatic childhood. And I was like, I think, one, you are looking into this movie way funnier or way more than you should, and two, you clearly have no idea who the fuck I am or what I do for a living. The Pet Sematary prequel idea has been floated around for decades. Oh yeah, the Pet Sematary 2 is the best. Yeah, I need to get to that one. I keep forgetting about that one because it's so goddamn forgettable. Corey Leach reviewed it at Fantastic Fest. Corey Leach? Oh, so it is out. It's already, when he reviewed it, was it a good review or was it a bad like this past weekend, I just learned of its existence because I was on the Spirit Halloween's IMDb and they had a banner and I was like, what fresh hell is this? I was like, look, stop burying that movie in the Pet Cemetery. Just let it die. Listen to Judd. Dead is sometimes. Dead is better. I cannot do a Judd. A remake of... Oh yeah, you guys were talking about the remake of Toxic Avenger. I liked Toxic Avenger. It was maybe a little too mature for my child brain, but what I thought I liked. He didn't like it, but he didn't like the prequel films. Oh, okay. I mean, I can't really blame him. Has Screamer Claws come out with any other like that would be considered like horror based? Well, I guess When Blackbirds Fly didn't really count as horror either, even though it was kind of horrifying. It wasn't a horror section, so I was like, all right, I guess this counts. I appreciate a Serbian film as a horror movie. It was exceptionally made. I can't recommend it to anyone. I refuse to watch it because I'm aware of the storyline and what it's about because another reviewer that I like on YouTube reviewed it. And the second he mentioned any type of child abuse, I was like, no, I'm out. I'm out. I refuse. He's making a Christmas movie. Oh no, he's like, you're dreading if he makes one. Probably not in his wheelhouse for a Christmas movie, but who knows? There's horror movies based around Christmas. There's tons of them, so. My favorite horror movie was Hello Kitty Island Adventure. I thought that was a game. Or maybe I'm thinking of a different one. But it's wait, I have a question. I'm looking at a banner on this this wiki page for the story I was considering reading. If there's like a lull in the conversation, I can read it for a little bit. It's maybe like a 20-30 minute read tops. He's gone dark. You know, I can kind of understand that. But yeah, my thing is with it seems to me with like horror based like any type of like terrifying, like they're trying to do like a shock thing. I can't when they involve kids, because one, it's too easy, because people don't want to see kids hurt unless of course they're psychopaths. And when it's worse, it's worse when they harm the kids that way. I don't like it. I think it's cheap. I think it's lazy. And I never buy their reasoning behind it. Like, I do not buy Jamie Screamer Claus's reason behind his. I do not buy Serbian film creators' reason by it. I don't. I'm sorry. I don't. I just think I think you're just doing it for attention. I think you're doing it for shock value. I will never see something like that as trying to make a genuine statement. But anyway, on to more happy things. The most terrifying horror movie I have yet seen is Idiocracy. I enjoyed that movie. I didn't realize that it was gonna be accurate in a lot of ways on some things that we're dealing with now. I was like, man, I thought this was a joke. I don't like child actors being subjected to acting stuff out. Yeah. I don't know, have you guys seen Dr. Sleep? Now, I love the book, and I knew it was coming, but I did not realize that child is such a phenomenal actor. If anybody has seen or read the book Dr. Sleep and know the baseball kid part, the baseball player part, yeah, I had to pause it because I was getting really upset, because that actor was just a phenomenal actor. That kid really, like, it cut me to the core listening to him cry and beg for his life. And then when I calmed down a little bit and pressed play, I immediately got upset, so I had to mute it so I couldn't hear his cries anymore. It was just too much for me. I was like, "Oh, kid, you're too good of an actor. I can't." Oh yeah, I loved the movie. It was really amazing that they managed to find actors that were so similar to the original actors from Kubrick's Shining. Like, holy shit, the little girl was a phenomenal actress. Like, everybody, supporting characters. Though, I'm blanking on her name. The girl, the woman who was kidnapping them, who to me, was it just me, or did she have an accent that faded in and out? Because there were times I was watching it, I was like, wait, I thought she had an accent, and I didn't hear it, and then it would pop back in. I was like, is it me? I was like, do I just not recognize accents from, I think it was like, maybe, I know it had to have been an American accent, but I was like, is this supposed to be, I was like, I don't know what this is. It's because some scenes it sounded like she had an accent, and then other times it sounded like she didn't, and I was just getting super confused. But then I was like, well, maybe that's just an accent in and of itself. Funny you mention it. One theme, the Miss Call remake, was child abuse. The main character of the film was abused by her mother. She's Irish. Okay, duh. I feel real dumb. Then that's probably why it sounded like it was fading in and out, because she's Irish. Shit. Well, that's embarrassing. Cut. Well, good night, everybody. I made an idiot of myself. But to be fair, I watched the movie like 2 years ago, so I couldn't remember the Rose in a Hat. Yeah. It's a striking resemblance to my old coworker, and seeing her eat kids was weird. Yeah, I could see that being kind of off. The most chilling and memorable aspect of Human Centipede is the concept. The movie really just doesn't ever explore it in a substantial way. Am I ever going to review Human? I don't know. That's another one of those movies that I don't know if I could really have like the same type of fun as I do with other bad movies. Like, the movie was trying to make the ghost an embodiment of child abuse, which isn't a bad idea. No, not at all. It's actually an interesting concept. Well, first of all, what a goddamn disappointment when you see the poster for Human Centipede and then you go into the fucking movie and you watch it and I was like, this is just people sewn ass to mouth. I was like, this is not... Yeah, it's not really like the farthest I've dipped into any of these type of movies would definitely have been the Screamer Claws movies. But yeah, I was expecting, because I went in blind. I thought he was gonna be like this crazy guy who managed to create some hybrid that, well, because when you think about it, a centipede, which actually, if you Google, what is her name? What the fuck is her name? There's actually a centipede type human boss in Silent Hill Homecoming, but I'm blanking on her name. She's the last of the 4 children that you have to fight and kill. But I think her character's name is like Asphyxia or Asphyxiation, because she was the child that she was representing was strangled to death. But yeah, that's that right there. If you Google it, or actually, I can always just show you guys instead of having you do the wake. Silent Hill Homecoming. I mean, Asphyxia. Is she just named Asphyxia? I thought she had a different... Oh no, she is just called Asphyxia. Wait, why are... Hang on, 2 seconds. Well, that's more of a DeviantArt picture. But yeah, with, Whoa, I forgot Rule 30. I'm glad I had it over here because I forgot Rule 34 existed. Why is it going to... Oh, that's right. I have the VPN on. I forgot. I was like, wait, why is this switching over? I don't know. Why is blurred on? Oh, okay. Here we go. Here, let me see if I can get a clear picture of her. It's the wiki, so that should be... Go away, wikis! No, what? No, I'm not... Why does everybody... Why is safe search on? I've never needed safe search. Off! Show me all the boobies! Thank you! I apologize. I'm sure this is very, very fun for you guys to watch me Google. Watch me Google. I'm just trying to find a good picture, and like none of these are really great pictures. But is that going to be a video? It seems to be a video. Or an ad or something. None of these pictures are good. How is there not? Well, whatever. Here, I'll just show you. Excuse me, coming through. Excuse me. Yeah. This thing. This lady right here. I was expecting something like this. Something like this beautiful Oh, you can't see it. Jennifer. Jenny, move for a second. Thank you. Oh, I'm getting tiny. See? Look at how beautiful she is. She is style and she is grace. Now get out of here. Sorry. But yeah, that's what I was expecting with the... Oh. That's what I was expecting with the movie, and that's not what I got, so I was disappointed. Ooh. Yeah, see, Artie, you did... Yeah, you were on it real... You're... I love 2000s trash, though. It is fun. And sometimes, I do sometimes go into a more... recent, but it really depends on what it is. Like the Pet Sematary remake pissed me off so much that I was like, I need to talk about this movie. I need to rip it to shreds. Seems like a personal wank film. I have no idea how it got a wide release. Well, I also don't... I think I've said this like a billion times, but I hate when characters are stupid for plot's sake. It drives me fucking crazy. Like, I was like, those girls, I was like, there's no way these women traveling in a foreign country by themselves are going to go into this person's house, regardless if they're lost. They're not going to accept any drinks from them that they didn't see or get themselves or didn't see poured. Like, it was just, Jesus. I was like, this is just, the only part that I was like, Jesus, this fucking movie, you will be the middle piece. I was like, I think the end piece is probably the worst, but that's just me. But yeah, it does seem like a weird, you're right though, it does kind of seem like it's a weird fetish movie under the guise of a horror movie. Yeah, Apple, you're 100% right there. The second Human Centipede was good. The first was okay. The third was beyond that. Or beyond bad. I didn't bother. One of the Castlevania games also had a centipede-like skeleton boss that was creepier than anything in Tom Six's ass-to-mouth trilogy. Again, don't call it a human centipede if we're not going to get one, like a literal one like asphyxia. It's like, just call it ass-to-mouth. You'll get butts and seats just based off of that. I forgot about Rule 34. Sure, Jenny, I did! I keep forgetting that even my Google searches aren't safe. Sallow is a good example. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Wes Craven wanted to do something similar with the movie Deadly Friend. Oh, yeah! Wasn't that supposed to be like a slice of life type movie? And then they're like, well, no, if Wes Craven's doing it, it's got to be a horror movie. And then it like takes a hard right turn into a horror for some reason. Wow, Palm, that's weird. I don't know why well, I don't know. See, this is why I never leave my house. Because people are getting weirder and weirder. I don't know how Human Centipede ever got funded. Well, you know, there's been like 30 Resident Evil movies of Alice the Superhuman. So, like, not really surprised on my end, really. Oh yeah, and Blood and Honey is also a thing that exists. That I forgot about until I was Googling. I was like, I was thinking, it's like, what other movie is along this line that is just a stupid? I'm like, oh yeah. It was supposed to be a love story. The horror was supposed to come from the abusive. I see. I know my Silent Hills. You sure do, Artie. I could have sworn she had a longer name. I thought she was like, it was like asphyxia, but it was like made into like a female sounding name. Oh. People do make dumb decisions, but there's always a reason that makes sense to their personality. Yeah. Yeah. I don't really remember the movie. I just remember sitting on the floor of my friend's house and watching it. And I remember the moment the credits hit, I stood up and I said, well, that movie was a piece of shit. I'm going home. I'm tired. Yeah, everybody was like, at one point that movie, they were like, maybe we should turn it off. And I remember my friend right behind me it was like, well, this can't be the Human Centipede they're talking about. And she's like, it's got to be like to throw you off, like at the last minute, the actual Human Centipede is going to come crashing through like the basement or something. And she was just so sure. She was just so sure. I felt so bad when it ended. Jen Asphyxia. Ooh. It's my nickname in high school. But I can see how somebody might pitch bad RE movies and the producer saying they will see it on name alone. Yeah, that was definitely a fool me once, fool me twice thing. Because after the second one, man, I had to sneak into theaters because I was too young to watch the second one. And the first one was meh. Like, I liked it enough, and it was cool to see the liquor, even though it's super dated CGI now, but back then, to little kid, tween me, I guess. I can't remember how old I was in that movie. I just know I was too young to go and watch it by myself. when they said get him on the Nemesis project, I was like, oh my god, I love Nemesis. He's like my favorite Resident Evil monster of all time. He's so cool. And then we got Resident Evil 2, where it looked like a kid wearing a poorly fitted Halloween costume. And instead of Jill, because I was kind of hoping that was just like a one-off and we were never going to see what's-her-face, Alice again, or she'd just be killed off in the second one and we'd start following Jill. But no. I don't understand why, if he wanted to have his wife in all the movies, then why didn't you just make her fucking Jill? Jill was in the first one. She was in the third one. She was in the fifth one. She's a reoccurring character. The sequels were just awful. Yeah. Those diced up centipedes and naked lunch look delicious. Well, some people eat bugs. Like, I'm not about to do that, but, you know, I can't say, because, you know, some people eat it, so I can't say, oh, that's disgusting. But it's a cocaine bear versus heroin hippos. And then finally, Decker Shardo can fund his dream project, Meth Gators. Is heroin hippos a real thing, or are you just making a joke? Because it's weird that I have to ask for clarification. But again, we have Cocaine Bear, so I don't. Has anybody seen that? Is that at least fun watch? Is that a fun watch, or is that a oh god, don't waste your time. It's worse than you could ever imagine. Jill with psychic powers would just be silly. Oh yeah, who would ever think of? And next you're gonna tell me she's gonna grow her hair and she's gonna turn blonde for some reason. It's just part of the thought. Long drag on a cigarette, put it out real aggressively. Do you really want Jill clone army and Jill being a clone of old Jill who wants to play? Well, I meant like instead of trying to make your own character where it was like she's super badass and basically Supergirl and can't die and with a confusing clone plot that kind of gets swept under the rug because they didn't have the budget to keep doing that. Maybe we could have gotten a half decent one if they just would have followed, I don't know, the movie or the game series that's been around since I was born, I think. Like, come on, man. Some bugs are delicious. I've never had kangaroo? I've never had kangaroo. I have been, though, and it's so weird. So I have family that live in different states, and I went to go visit. They don't live there anymore, but I went to go visit a family member in Utah a couple years back, and I'd gone there. I'd been there twice, or been there once before, and that was my second time. And both times there was like this little burger place that they would drive by on the way to I don't even remember where the hell we were going. Oh, they have a year-round haunted house that was really cool. We went there forever ago. Anyway, there was a burger place, like one of those little outdoor ones where all the old-fashioned Dairy Queen, where there wasn't a place to sit inside, it was all outside. And they had these big signs, and like some of them I was like, okay, I can kind of see that. Like they had venison burgers, and I was like, I was like, all right, fine. But then they would have weird meat. They'd have like alligator burgers, kangaroo burgers. I think kangaroo was the one that took me aback a little bit. And I was like, one, I didn't even know you could eat those things. And well, I guess you could technically eat anything. It just depends on if it's edible or not. And if you get poisoned and die from pooping yourself inside out. But two, that's a long way for meat to travel. But I don't know. Unless they're getting it like shipped overnight. Like I know a lot of very expensive and high-end sushi places will get like next day or same day fish delivery. Like I know that, so I guess it's possible. But I highly doubt this tiny little burger joint in this tiny little town they would drive through just to get to the city or wherever it was that they were taking me at the time. I don't know. It's weird. I thought it was really weird. Crickets, though. What do crickets taste like? I bet that they're probably crunchy. They seem like they'd be the crunchy bunch. They're also a pain in the ass to try to catch. God, last week I found I tried to usher crickets out of our work because one was driving one of my coworkers crazy, and he was bound and determined to find it and kill it, and I didn't want that to happen. So I hunted it down and found him, and then tried to catch him. And man, they do not. I apparently am not smarter than a cricket, because that thing like jive all out of my way. It took me forever to catch that fucking thing and put it outside. I definitely look like a lunatic, but luckily at the time I was the only person in that office, so I could do that. But I was like, see, you almost got killed because you're being loud all day trying to track a female. Do you see any females in here? No? Then leave. No lady crickets. They taste nutty? They smell and taste poopy? Oh, I'm getting two different ways. Venison and deer was the closest meat to kangaroo, as it was prepared when I had it, just more tender. I've never had venison or kangaroo. Does it have like a close representative, like chicken or beef or pork or something like that? Or is it like in its own group? Because I've heard what was it? Gator? I've heard gator tastes like chicken. But again, I've never had it. I've never had any type of exotic meat. Like I barely, even when I really did eat meat, I never went past chicken or fish, really. I had stopped at that. I stopped eating beef like 15 years ago. Beef and pork. Pork was because I had to tell my family like 8 million times, I don't like the taste of it. I don't like the texture. And I was called dramatic. My poor dad. That's what he had. That's what you get. He's like, you had a theater kid, kind of. I was theater for, but I said, I was like, it looks and tastes like I'm chewing on my own, like my arm. I was like, it tastes, or it looks too human-ish. He's like, oh, you're being dramatic. I was like, I don't like the way it tastes. And I just never liked it. Like, no version of it I had ever thought I liked. Same with beef. I just lost the interest in eating it. But I think it's just one of those things where you got to eat what your parents eat when you're living with them. So when I moved out for like college and starting my own life, I was like, well, I don't have to eat any of this shit anymore. So I did not. No, I lost my... Don't get me wrong, Apocalypse wasn't a good movie, but at least felt a little bit more like a Resident Evil than the first film. Yeah, because at least we got to see Raccoon City. Even if Jill was kind of stupid, I don't really care for her character. For one thing, who the hell just wanders in? Like, she wandered in guns a-blazing. I don't know if you guys remember this, but I always... Like, in the theater, I was like, that's a really stupid thing to do, even if she is a cop. She came in guns a-blazing, not in any type of uniform or identification, and just started shooting the zombies while they were, like, or people turning into zombies or whatever. And I was like, you're lucky the cops in there didn't draw and open fire on you. Like, Jesus. Ooh. It was just... It was not great. At least don't like crickets, at least in Mexico. Maybe it's like a regional thing, while some of them taste different. Actually, no, I stopped eating... Sorry, I got the time frame wrong, because I definitely stopped eating red meat and pork when I was still living at home. I don't remember. It's not important. It's just a long time ago is what I'm trying to say. It's because I didn't really care for the... Never liked venison, too gamey. Why do people eat. Well, I guess again, well, maybe it's just a taste preference thing. I guess I don't know. Now I'm reminded of when Other Mother from Coraline ate beetles. That movie was brilliant. They did such a great job with the adaptation. Because usually I'm kind of worried about like kid book adaptations. Some of them can be a little they can be a little bad or skew way too freaking far off of the source material. Like I don't know what the hell was going on with some of the, or I don't know what's going on with the variation of Chocolate Factory, like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. But Roald Dahl was also a weirdo, so I don't really care too much about it. But I was like, the Gene Wilder one was fine. Do we really need yet another remake of it? I don't know. The baby piggies. I love baby piggies. I love them. I wanted one as a pet. Oh, I have a story for you. So, when we were young, like younger elementary school age, and the older siblings middle school, and one high school, I think, like freshman year, we would all go to our grandparents for the weekend, to give our parents a break because we were a lot during the week, I'm sure. And I guess my my parents over the weekend. Oh wait, no, she did go. Okay, my parents over the weekend got a family dog. What was Sparky? Sparky was a Dalmatian. That was like our first family dog. Sparky was a Dalmatian, and they went and got a puppy, like a Dalmatian puppy, because we as kids loved to hunt around Dalmatians. Like, oh, now we have one. I guess my oldest sibling knew about it, and at the time, I love pigs, and I want a piggy. My oldest sibling knew about it, and she was teasing us on the way back because I don't remember how it got spilled, but it got spilled that we that we were getting a dog. And then my older sibling, because she was such a smart ass, she's like, no. She's like, they didn't get us a dog. We didn't end up getting a dog. They got us a pig, and he's all snotty and blah, blah. And my other siblings were getting upset. They're like, but we wanted a dog. But I'm like, we got a pig. I must pay, blah, blah. And then we walked through the door, and my grandma was like, you guys pretend to be excited. And I was like, I'm excited because I thought we were getting a goddamn pig. We had a like a kind of a big backyard. So I was like, we can have a pig. There's more than enough room. And we walked through the door, and runs out this adorable, super cute little Dalmatian puppy. And for a moment I was like, but where's the pig? So little tiny elementary school me went through a wave of emotions at that point, because I was like, pig, oh, my puppy. So for a tiny little little bit, I was disappointed at getting one of the most adorable puppies I'd ever seen as a childhood. Treat it with baking soda. It'll absorb a lot of the gamey flavor. Oh, I wonder why that is. Jill's entrance was supposed to be badass, but came across as brain dead. Yeah, she definitely would have been brain dead had that happened in any form of reality. Before seizing... I wonder why it does that. Honestly, compared to Jill Valentine in Welcome to Raccoon City, I'll never make fun of Jill in Apocalypse ever again. Again, I don't understand why it's so difficult to make a good adaptation of a Resident Evil movie or Resident Evil game. It kind of seems like you have the script and the characters and what they're supposed to look like and how they're supposed to act. It's like literally laid out in front of you. And for some reason, they just can't seem to do it. I don't quite understand. It's not my fault they're delicious as adults. Palm. Squirrels and sparrows, not only meat of them, they don't taste very good anyway. You've tried sparrow. I can't imagine there being any meat on sparrows. They're so tiny. You named your dog Sparky? My mom did. or it might have been it was either my mom or whoever she got the puppy from. They named it Sparky. Guys, no fighting about cruelty-free stuff. We're supposed to be having fun. Alright. I think everybody's getting tired and grumpy, so I'll end the stream. Now you guys, you take the rest of your night and you relax. You have yourself your favorite cup of drink. Whether it be alcoholic or not, have yourself a little treat. And you guys don't fight. It's supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be fun here. All right. So, next week or next Friday, I want to try to do there's a online game called Escape the Backrooms on Steam. So if anybody's interested in joining that game, I started playing it for like, I think I only played for about 10 minutes because I didn't want to get too far into it. But it looks like it could be fun. So if anybody wants to play online with me, they can, or they could just watch me. Does not matter. I'm fine with either. Smoke a bowl and snooze. Alright, you guys. You have a good night, okay? And I'll see you guys next week with that. And by then, you should have at least I should at least have one new video up, alright? So good night. Have pleasant dreams, and I'll see you guys next week.